Nigeria, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
drive the discussions and engagements around sustainability and ESG. Not just because it is a passionate thing to do for us, but because it is a critical thing that we must all be part of. I'd like to say a big thank you to the board, chairman, and the full board of FITC for the great work that they have done piloting these organizations, shaping minds, and bringing the vision to action. They are represented also in this conference in many ways, including some board directors who are here. I'd like to say also a big thank you to the FITC Sustainability and ESG Institute Board of Advisors. They are also indelible in the processes and activities of this institute. I'd like to say a major thank you to all of the members of the Conference Planning Committee, a good number of them who are in this room. They are extremely distinguished individuals drawn from diverse sectors who have come together to curate and power this conference through knowledge, insights, resources that's made this possible. I'd like to also thank the team at FITC who spent countless hours, sleepless nights, curating content that delivers quality and value to the industry. Also to my family who make all of this possible in the hours that we are not able to give all of us, in also helping to be guinea worms that we can sound solid ideas with. Before I close, I'd like to very personally recognize a very distinguished person. We thank him for the honor of being with us here, and that is Dr. Oladimeji Alo, a former managing director of FITC, who is also himself a catalyst for innovation. We're very delighted to have you. We're delighted to have every one of you here. We thank you for coming, and we thank everyone for the value that they would bring today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Malizi. Let's put our hands together again for our host, who has done an amazing job of setting the stage and letting us know exactly what this is all about and what today is actually about as well. We're moving straight on to the opening address. And to give us the opening address today is a very, very special gentleman. And he was actually mentioned in the speech that just ended, is the chairman of the advisory board of FITC Sustainability Institute. He is also a prof. Wait, allow me now. He's also a professor of governance. He's a senior partner. He's chairman of Fitc Nigeria. Please join me and welcome Professor Fabian Ajogu. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Many who know me will know I'm very delighted to be where discussions of this nature are being had. So to the protocols, I adopt the same as been set out by a very hardworking and distinguished Managing Director and CEO of FITC, Dr. Chizo Malizi. It was good that she recognized Dr. Alao, who himself is one of the evangelists of governance and ESG. So to all the regulators, esteemed guests, particularly my own Auntie Mo, and former Dean of the Lagos Business School, so Chris Ogbeche, and many who are not just here as guests, but themselves practitioners of the subject. So I'm delighted to join in welcoming you to the theme, as it were, of this conference, Building a Sustainable Africa. Sustainability has gone beyond the talk and is no longer just a matter of corporate conscience. It's become the determinant of capital allocation. And I note that the CFO of Stanbic IBTC is here. And we've had those conversations several times on the basis for capital allocation. It's also the basis of regulatory expectations and long-term competitiveness that conditions the flow of finance and the terms of market access. But for Africa, there are two propositions, and I speak even stronger from my experience last week in Morocco, particularly at Casablanca and several other cities that are around, just seeing what that country is doing. Governance comes first. Without it, every other thing is an exercise in pretense. It is the foundation of variable measures for what could be, what should be stopped, what should be regulated, and what should be encouraged. Africa must then move from being rule takers to rule makers in relation to what concerns it. The continent, as it is today, is a recipient, not an author. We simply take what we're given and we apply it whether it suits or doesn't suit. But there's a big paradox that invites us to think differently, and that is maybe the essence of getting experts at this conference to talk. Let me say something about our conferences. We've migrated from talk to walk in terms of putting forward the outcomes to the ears that matter, to the regulators, and people who then push the implementation via regulation and enforcement. We contribute less than 4% of global greenhouse gases, but we suffer the consequences more than the others. You only need to drive around to know that global warming is affecting us via the Atlantic, and the heavy rains and the absence of what we used to have. Many would debate whether it's a new road or not a new road, or whether it's drainage or not a drainage. Once you start putting your knuckles in front of an air conditioner to check whether it's cooling or not, it means it's not cooling, right? You're supposed to just feel it if things were well. But there are three pillars, and those three pillars is environmental stewardship, which we will continue to advocate because it's important and affects everyone, the rich and the poor, the ones who care and the ones who do not care. Everyone is affected. So we need to move from compliance to stewardship, and that's a task for regulators and for the companies who are here. We have nearly 30% of the world's mineral resources here. And with all of that comes the chaos that comes from having it. Boom and doom sound alike, and they're cousins. So if you have what should be economic boom and you don't utilize it, it brings about doom. And you see bandits sound a bit more like doom. And social impact is something that we need to look at. And of course, governance, right? We're told that absence of governance costs us about 88 or 90 billion dollars. That's significant. And if put back, there will be the sort of prosperity that I saw with envy in Morocco and what that country is doing in agriculture and production of phosphate alone. Just one mineral is what is driving it, and we have so many here. Now, my charge this morning is how can companies move towards integrating ESG frameworks beyond the talk to what boards should make as decisions in the boardroom, to what companies should implement so that it goes beyond talk to action. And so our recommendations, which I just want to put forward, and I hope the experts will shed more light and debate, is how can we embed ESG within our national development so it becomes something we do constructively. It took a young rapper, I think his name is YC or so, to start talking about the Olodo Rising. And I'm sure some of you would have seen it. How can we actively engage in doing things better instead of settling for the lame and mundane? How can we prioritize implementation of these measures we talk about in factories, in governance, in companies, and go beyond them and see that those are things that regulators also pay attention to? I was particularly intrigued to see a digital tech farm in Morocco that was producing blueberries. And they were on packed soil with radio links that told the control center if a particular soil was now low in a particular mineral, and injected it through the irrigation system. And everything there was digital. There was no waste. How can we do these things? They are doable. And by the way, that company, via the cooperation between OCP and the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, will be doing 2 projects in Nigeria. And I do pray that no one frustrates them. No regulator frustrates them. No one refuses to give them the permits they need. And no one decides that they are worth ransom. How can we then expand sustainable finance through green bonds and such that they're actual financing of such projects and they're linked to the ESG value of it? And how can we make ACTFA real beyond talk? In conclusion, as we go into this conference, I'd like to say that sustainability is not a standard imposed on Africa from the outside. It is something we need. It is something we see. And let me state categorically, in the words of former president of Mexico, de la Madrid, he said, look, capital has no heart and has no emotions. It only goes to where there's minimum economic environment of business and where there are returns. And if we don't make here such, you can mouth all you want, capital will go elsewhere. And then no one owes Nigerians a living. We owe ourselves a living. There's no one who must sort us out. There's no one who must give us aid. We have to do this ourselves. So we do have the resources, we do have the population, we do have the minerals, and it is just an opportunity for me to say that if you find that you have minerals and you do not regulate them, license them, have the operations done in a world-class manner with regulations about how to treat the environment, how to treat the human resource, and how to share the revenue that comes from it, nature abhors vacuum. Bandits will go in there and they will take it with the collaboration of whoever wants to get those minerals at cheaper costs. And it's a competition across the globe. So let us spend the time, useful time in this conference. It's not the quantity of time, it's the quality of discussion. It's not a packed hall. It's the quality of the people in the hall, the decision makers, the influencers, their teachers, their board members, their regulators, all seated here. We don't need a whole stadium to change something in our country. We have all of the people who can do it through their influences in this room. And I wish that we have a beautiful conference, which I hereby declare open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much, sir, for that amazing opening address. We have very, very many dignitaries in the room, and some of them are going to give us goodwill messages. We're going to take the first goodwill message for this program. This goodwill message is from the president of the Chartered Institute of Directors, none other than Otumba Adetunjoye Banji, and he's here very, very ably represented. by the president of the British Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, none other than Prince Abimbola Olashore. Let's welcome Prince Olashore as he comes to the stage.
Thank you very much, and good morning. First of all, let me recognize Professor Ajogo, the chairman of the advisory board of FITC. I cannot do without recognizing my president emeritus. She knows herself a former president of the Chartered Institute of Directors. She's here seated. I must also recognize Dr. Alo. As well, you've not upgraded your doctor to prof. We are looking forward to that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here on behalf of the president of the Chartered Institute of Directors. And when he spoke to me about this, he said ESG. As it all happens, I'm also the chairman of the ESG committee of the Chartered Institute of Directors. And each time we have a discussion, it's always about how do we get ESG from a soundbite into the hearts of the directors. For us at IOD is how do we get the directors to fully understand this, because once they understand and they can implement clearly, the companies will always do that. So any opportunity for CIOD to participate in any discussion on ESG will always turn up. So again, it's just to say congratulations to FITC for championing this. We say this is 3.0, therefore the third year in a row. And I can just say this. Clearly, ESG is being implemented, either informally. The key is how do we formalize it? And as been earlier said, it's not just a soundbite. It's really an economic imperative. Companies that are practicing ESG principles clearly are the companies that will get allocation of capital. It's just as straightforward as that. So the key is for us that if we are to build meaningful companies, if we have to build sustainable companies, if we are to ensure that we have prosperity in the land, we really have to imbibe those ESG principles. So on behalf of the CIOD, so we wish all the participants a happy deliberation. And I'm sure at the end of the conference, everybody will be richly blessed, everybody will be richly endowed, and really enriched with the information that we'll get at this conference. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your kind invitation. Thank you very much.
Prince Abimbola Olashore, thank you so much for always coming with your goodwill. And from the Chartered Institute of Directors, we say thank you for sharing goodwill and partnership, because sustainability is built on partnerships. Please once again appreciate him for his intervention this morning. We'd like to welcome from the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria, the president who is here with us and is bringing goodwill. Everyone, please very warmly make her feel received, Dr. Bolajoko Bayo Ajayi.
Welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Chizo Malize for championing this initiative. Last year at NIMN, the theme of our annual conference was on ESG. And I think that, and I believe that now brands and organizations know better that sustainability or ESG has gone beyond corporate responsibility. It's now the drivers of growth and prosperity for businesses and for brands. And I believe that this conversation that is ongoing today is one that will drive, advance the conversations around ESG. And as the theme actually says, building a sustainable Africa. I think organizations at this point know that ESG is not just a checklist that they need to have on their annual reports, but it's something that actually also endears consumers to them, because the generation that we have now are not just patronizing brands for the sake of it, but they're patronizing brands because of sustainability and the impact that they have on the environment. So I want to congratulate FITC once again for championing this conversation, and I wish every one of us a very productive deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Full deliberations, exactly what we shall have today in charting the way forward. Please once again appreciate the President, Nigeria Institute of Marketing. Thank you. I'd like to welcome one of the deputy governors at the CBN, Mr. Philip Ikeazu, who is very ably represented. I know that the representative is here. Please make your way to stage. Would appreciate you. Tell us your name when you get on stage, and the applause would even be much louder.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Ononubo. I'm here to represent my Deputy Governor, Philip Ikazo, who is unavoidably absent due to exigencies. I wish to welcome everyone on his behalf and know that the conference for this year is aptly placed. The theme, Building Sustainable Africa, Integrating Environmental Stewardship, Social Impact, and Strong Governance for a Prosperous Future, could not have come at a more auspicious time. Indeed, it underscores the interconnectedness of environmental responsibility and effective governance as foundations for sustainable growth. Climate action in Africa is an emergency. The World Meteorological Organization noted that the continent is warming very, very rapidly and is facing its worst climate crisis in over a decade. No surprise, the flood we've seen across major cities around the West African coast. This resulted in loss of lives and significant economic costs. This is a powerful reminder, gentlemen and ladies, that the climate-related risks are no longer a distant possibilities, but present reality. The call, therefore, for environmental stewardship is apt, given the need to protect our natural resources and ensure that ecosystems drive alongside human development. Many initiatives have been raised globally. African countries have witnessed, nonetheless, increased access to climate initiative and funding, such as Africa Carbon Market Initiative, Green Climate Fund, among others. Regardless of this, there are funding gaps, especially regarding sustainable finance. Green financing, importantly, needs to be embraced to effectively direct sizable financial investment and capital towards projects, businesses, initiatives that promote environmental sustainability. Green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and green equity are prerequisites for a future-ready economic advancement. These funds are required to drive the transition to low-carbon economy by supporting initiatives in renewable energy. Nonetheless, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria, and in fact the entire Africa, have not fared very well with respect to green financing. It may interest us to know that the Global Finance Development Index indicated that green finance project progress in Africa is the second lowest globally. And among the world's 55 largest economy, yours truly, Nigeria, ranked 45th, scoring lower than even the African average. It connotes that Nigeria, having not fared very well, is among the countries that is dragging everyone behind. Nevertheless, our government is not resting on its oars. In the light of the benefits and opportunities that lie with the sustainable finance, the federal government of Nigeria and the central bank, in collaboration with it, has laid out various initiatives to increase the broad-based adoption of green finance in Nigeria. Nigeria's green finance strategy targets net zero emission by 2060 through mobilization of blended capital for climate-aligned projects. The CBN, on its own part, has integrated a lot of green finance and sustainable financing model into its banking regulation to ensure that the green financing and sustainability gain traction in Nigeria. In the light of this, I am confident that the insights generated from today's conference will contribute meaningfully to advancing Africa's sustainable development. I thank everyone and I commend organizers of this event for a very thoughtful, provocative team, and for bringing everybody together, top calibers, multi-stakeholders, and key industry leaders to deliberate ways to build a sustainable and resilient Africa. I thank you all for your attention and wish you a successful deliberation.
Dr. Mike Ononubo, thank you so much for speaking on behalf of the CBN today, representing the Deputy Governor, Mr. Philip Ikazu. He has told us that the CBN is sustainability ready, ensuring that green financing and more are already in the pipeline. The rest of us, through the conversations today, will show how ready we are and will blaze charts ways to even be more ready for sustainability that we seek. Please once again appreciate the Central Bank of Nigeria. Our keynote speaker will challenge our thinking today. When Professor Ajogu was speaking, he asked some hard questions, proffered some of the answers, and I'm sure during the keynote we'll hear some more answers to some of the questions that were asked. She is a sustainability champion par excellence. She has dedicated her entire life to the growth of Nigeria through the financial services industry, through education, and through sustainability. She made history when she served as the first female chairperson of Access Bank. And I don't know if she knows this, but there was a hashtag that was trending, the real Slay Queen, because of her. Yes. Today, amidst other boards that she sits on, she is the chairperson of the MTN Foundation. Please together welcome to stage our keynote speaker at the FITC Sustainability ESG Conference 2026, Mrs. Mostun Bello Olushoga, also known, fondly called, everybody want to go? Auntie Mo. That was not loud enough. Everybody say, welcome, Auntie Mo.
Welcome, Ma. Thank you very much. You're making me blush. Two things. Do you like my fashion accessory? Yes. Since they say I'm a slay queen, let me slay like this. You know, thank God for this podium. Most podiums are usually very high. And most of the time I have to stay at the side because they don't see my face. So this one is more my size. So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm following Jesus' style. Thank you. Now, I'm in the midst of family members. So let me start first by recognizing the chairman of this conference, Professor Fabian Ajogu, who is my brother that I love very much. The managing director and chief executive officer of FITC, my sister, who I call Dr. C, Chizo Malese, honorable commissioners, representative of CBN, my brother, the Prince, my brother, the Otumba, my sister, the honorable professor is there, and my brother and former colleague, Professor Alo. Everybody, I wish you a very, very warm welcome and very good morning. It is both a privilege and an honor to address this distinguished gathering at this conference, which is both timely and significant. I commend the FITC for convening leaders from business, government, finance, academia, and the development community to discuss an issue that will define not only the future of our institutions, but the future of our continent. The theme of this conference, Building a Sustainable Africa, integrating environmental stewardship, social investment, and strong governance for a prosperous future, captures the central leadership challenge of our time. We're no longer debating whether sustainability and ESG matter. The real question is whether Africa will see sustainability and ESG as catalysts for prosperity, competitiveness, and inclusive growth. I believe we must, and I believe we can. We are living through one of the greatest economic transitions in modern history. Around the world, the foundations of competitiveness are being redefined. Climate change is reshaping economies. Technology is transforming industries. And Prof has told us what technology is doing in Morocco. We all see what climate change is doing in Nigeria. Investors are placing greater emphasis on resilience and governance. Consumers increasingly reward responsible brands. Young professionals seek organizations whose values reflect their own, as my sister has said. So they're just not buying things. They're looking at what these brands stand for. Consumers increasingly reward increasingly reward responsible brands, and young professionals seek organizations whose values reflect their own. Capital is flowing towards businesses and countries that demonstrate long-term thinking, transparency, and sustainable value creation. The questions investors ask today are fundamentally different from those they asked a decade ago. They no longer ask just the question, is this business profitable? They also ask, is it resilient? Is it well governed? Can it manage environmental and social risks? Will it continue to create value 10, 20, 30 decades after the founding of this company? These are no longer environmental questions alone. They are economic questions, they are investment questions, and they are leadership questions. That is why sustainability and ESG have evolved from corporate responsibility initiatives into strategic imperatives for business success, institutional resilience, and development. Sustainability defines the future we seek to build. ESG provides the framework through which governments, institutions, and businesses can build it. For Africa, sustainability and ESG are not simply global trends to follow. They are essential in achieving the continent's development aspirations. Africa contributes the least, Prof has told us, 4% to global carbon emissions, yet bears a disproportionate share of climate-related risks. At the same time, we possess extraordinary natural capital, the world's youngest population, abundant renewable energy resources, rich biodiversity, and critical minerals empowering the global energy transition. These realities present Africa with both responsibility and opportunity. The responsibility to manage our natural resources wisely, and the opportunity to build an economy that is more resilient, more inclusive, and more competitive than those of the past. This is why sustainability and ESG matter. Environmental stewardship protects the ecosystems upon which agriculture, energy, water security, tourism, and livelihoods thrive and depend on. Social investment strengthens Africa's greatest competitive advantage, and that is its people. Investing in education, healthcare, financial inclusion, digital skills, entrepreneurship, and gender equality is not simply good social policy, it is smart economic policy. Strong governance builds the trust that attracts investment, strengthens institutions, reduces corruption, improves policy certainty, and creates the confidence required for long-term growth. When these three pillars work together, sustainability and ESG become more than reporting frameworks. They become Africa's strategy for building prosperity,
turning Africa's potential into prosperity. For decades, the world has described Africa as a continent of immense potential. Potential, however, does not create prosperity. Leadership does. Natural resources do not automatically generate development. Strong institutions do. A youthful population does not automatically become a demographic dividend. Investment in human capital does. Africa's future will therefore be determined not by the resources we possess, but how we have the responsibility to govern them, how strategically we invest in our people, and how effectively we build institutions that inspire confidence. The Africa Union's Agenda 2063 envisions the Africa we want, a prosperous, integrated, and peaceful continent driven by its own citizens. Likewise, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a global framework for advancing economic opportunity, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. These ambitions cannot be realized through economic growth alone. They require sustainable growth. Growth that creates jobs while protecting natural capital, expands infrastructure while strengthening communities, and attracts investment while promoting transparency and accountability. Sustainability and ESG provide the bridge between aspiration and execution across Africa. To build a sustainable Africa, 4 leadership shifts are essential. First, we must move from short-term performance to long-term value creation. Sustainable organizations balance immediate results with investments that strengthen resilience, innovation, and future competitiveness. Second, we must move from philanthropy to strategic social investments. Communities should not be viewed as beneficiaries of corporate success, but as partners in creating it. Investments in education, healthcare, youth development, and digital inclusion are investments in Africa's economic future. Third, we must move from compliance to responsible leadership. Sustainability should not be driven by regulation alone. It must be embedded in organizational purpose, culture, and governance. Institutions that lead with integrity outperform those that merely comply. Finally, we must move from fragmented efforts to collaborative action. Governments, businesses, financial institutions, civil society, and developmental partners each have distinct roles, but lasting impact will come only from partnerships. No single institution can build a sustainable Africa. Together, we can. Allow me to propose 5 imperatives that should guide Africa's sustainability and ESG agenda over the coming decade. First, embed sustainability and ESG into strategy and governance. They should shape boardroom discussions, public policy, capital allocation, and enterprise strategy, not simply on your annual reports. Second, invest boldly in people and communities. Human capital is Africa's greatest strategic asset. Every investment in education, skills, health, entrepreneurship, and women's economic participation strengthens our long-term competitiveness. Third, we have to mobilize sustainable finance and indigenous capital. And I like it particularly when most of the funds that were raised during the financial institutions capital raise was mostly raised locally. So we must raise indigenous capital. Africa must unlock pension funds. So instead of just placing the funds, we have to ensure that we use those pension funds in building infrastructure. Blended capital, green bonds, and domestic capital markets to finance infrastructure, renewable energy, climate resilience, and inclusive enterprise. Sustainable finance is not about funding projects, it's about financing transformation. Fourth, we have to strengthen institutions through accountability and responsible leadership. Strong governance reduces risk, attracts investment, and builds public trust. Institutions that outlive individuals are the foundation of sustainable development. Finally, scale partnerships and innovation. The opportunities presented by renewable energy, digital technology, artificial intelligence, climate smart agriculture, and financial innovation require collaboration across sectors and borders. Africa's transformation will be accelerated not by isolated initiatives, but by collective action. Ladies and gentlemen, the defining challenge before Africa is not a shortage of vision, it is more of execution. This conference must therefore be remembered not only for the quality of its conversations, but for the action it inspires. This conference, government must create enabling policies that reward responsible investment and sustainable enterprise. Boards must integrate sustainability and ESG into strategy, risk management, and long-term value creation. And investors must recognize that responsible businesses are resilient businesses. Financial institutions must develop innovative financing mechanisms that accelerate Africa's green and inclusive economy. Educational institutions must equip young Africans with the skills required for the jobs of tomorrow. And also, let every organization represented here ask just one question. What measurable commitment will we make today that will strengthen Africa tomorrow? Ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at a defining moment. The choices we make today will shape the continent we leave for future generations. We can continue to pursue growth measured only by economic output. Or we can, yes, we can do that, or we can pursue growth that creates lasting value, growth that protects our environment, empowers our people, strengthens institutions, and expands opportunity for all. I believe the choice is clear. The future of Africa will not be secured by ambition alone. It will be secured by leadership. Leadership that understands that environmental stewardship is an economic necessity. Leadership that recognizes that social investment as the foundation of inclusive prosperity is important. Leadership that embraces strong governance as the cornerstone of trust, investment, and institutional resilience. And that is why sustainability and ESG are no longer optional. They are Africa's pathway to prosperity. They are Africa's strategy for competitiveness. They are Africa's framework for resilience. And they are our greatest opportunity to build an economy that is not only larger, but stronger, not only wealthier, but fairer, not only more productive, but sustainable. Let history remember a generation, not as the generation that spoke about sustainability and ESG, but as the generation that embedded them into the fabric of our institutions and our economies and our societies. Let us leave this conference with renewed purpose, bold commitments, and collaborative determination to build an Africa that is prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. The Africa we envision is within our reach. The responsibility is ours. The time is now. Thank you very much for your attention. And God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa.
Please, another resounding appreciation and applause for our keynote speaker at the FITC Sustainability and ESG Conference 2026. I just craved her indulgence. Okay, she will take her seat. We had said in a short moment she'll be back up on stage to join the first panel of the day. You will agree with me that we can close and go home right now because she has given us pointers for which she called imperatives for the next decade. If organizations will look at these 5 imperatives and take action, then we'll be headed in the right direction for sustainability across Africa. She said we should embed sustainability into strategy and governance, invest boldly in human capital, mobilize sustainable indigenous finance, strengthen institutions through accountability, and scale partnerships and innovation. Please, everyone, say out, thank you, Antimo. Make it even louder. Keynote speaker extraordinaire, thank you so much, the real Slay Queen. Before we go into the first panel conversation for today, the Titan panel, we have a word from our guest speaker who is strengthening corporate reporting and governance standards across Nigeria. The last almost 3 years since he came into office, he's been driving the DOE's agenda, which is digitization, operational excellence, stakeholder management, and enforcement at the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Distinguished guest, I'm speaking about the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, Dr. Rabiu Olowo. Join me welcome his able representative, the Director, Board Secretary, General Counsel, and Head of HR, Ezewanne Noluka, as she makes her way to stage.
Good morning, everyone. So I have the honor of representing the Executive Secretary, CEO of FRC, who asked me to convey his sincere apologies for his inability to be with you in person today due to unavoidable official commitment. So the opening address by the Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Office, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. So chairman of the occasion, the Managing Director, CEO of FITC, distinguished guests, captains of industries, regulators, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to join you at the 2026 FITC Sustainability and ESG Conference. I commend FITC and the Institute, Sustainability and ESG, for providing a platform that brings together leaders committed to shaping a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Africa. The theme of this conference could not be more timely. We are living in an era where sustainability is no longer a matter of corporate philanthropy or public relations. It has become defining business imperative. Around the world, investors, lenders, regulators, and citizens increasingly expect organizations not only to deliver financial performance, but also to demonstrate how they create sustainable value while managing environmental, social, and governance risk. So the question is no longer whether sustainability matters. The question is whether our institutions are prepared for a future where sustainability performance will increasingly determine competitiveness, investment attractiveness, and long-term resilience. For Nigeria, this presents a remarkable opportunity. Our country possesses abundant natural resources, a youthful population, entrepreneurial talent, and one of Africa's largest economies. Now, if we strengthen governance, improve transparency, and embed sustainability into decision making, Nigeria can become a leading destination for sustainable investment on the continent. Now, this is where high quality corporate reporting becomes indispensable. Markets function efficiently only when investors have access to reliable, comparable, and decision useful information. Sustainability related financial disclosures are therefore not an additional reporting burden. They are a strategic tool for building trust, attracting long term capital, and strengthening market confidence. Recognizing this reality, Nigeria has taken a deliberate step to position itself among the leading jurisdictions adopting globally accepted sustainability reporting standards. Through the Sustainability Reporting Roadmap, the FRC is working collaboratively with regulators, industry, professional bodies, and other stakeholders to support the phased implementation of the international sustainability standards, the board's IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. Our objective is very clear, and that is to promote consistency, transparency, and credibility in sustainable reporting while ensuring that implementation reflects Nigeria's unique economic realities and developmental aspirations. However, standards alone do not transform economies. Transformation occurs when boards embrace sustainability as a strategic priority, while executives integrate sustainability into business models and risk management. When investors reward long-term value creation, when assurance providers strengthen confidence in sustainability, information, and when regulators continue to create an enabling environment that supports responsible business conduct. Now, that requires collaboration. No single institution can deliver sustainability development alone. Governments, regulators, businesses, investors, academia, civil society, and development partners each have a critical role to play. So together we can build a reportable ecosystem that enhance accountability, mobilize sustainable finance, and accelerate inclusive economic growth. Now, as we deliberate over the course of this conference, I encourage us to move beyond conversations about compliance and focus instead on implementation, innovation, and measurable impact. Africa does not need to follow the sustainability journey of others. Africa has the opportunity to shape its own narratives, one built on responsible leadership, good governance, resilient institutions, and sustainable value creation. Let us seize this opportunity with courage, vision, and collective purpose. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria remains committed to working with all stakeholders to advance credible corporate reporting, strengthen investor confidence, which is our core mandate, and support sustainable economic development for the benefit of present and future generations. On this note, I wish you all a productive and impactful conference. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dr. Rabiu Olowo, Executive Secretary General, Executive Secretary CEO of FRC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. Eziwane Noruka from FRC. We would like to we're going into the first panel session, but just before that, of course, we know we've been here since 9 a.m. and some of our guests who have spoken may have to slip out. So we would like to take a couple of photographs, if you don't mind. And I'd like to ask for, I'm just trying to get the final list, but I'm sure that our chairman of the occasion, of course, Professor Ajogu, please oblige us. Please step forward. Prince Olashore, please step forward. Auntie Mo, please step forward. The CEO is definitely coming. Miss Ayatollah Jagun, please join us right on the stage so we can take this photograph. So that's Dr. Malize Antimo, Professor Jogu, Dr. Olo's representative just spoke. And Mrs. Noruka, please join us right on stage. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, former President IOD. Okay, Dr. Ije, please join us. The president of NIM, please join us. Okay, Dr. Banjoko, sorry. Dr. Banjoko, please join us. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. You can take your seats. Dr. Malize, please stay on stage. For the next photograph, I think it's just two we're doing. Thank you. The DG SEC representative, please join us on stage. CBN, the ED, Mr. Philip Ikeazo's representative, he gave us speech already. Please join us on stage. Ms. Olufemi Shobanjo, please join us on stage. Well, we already have the president of NIM once, but please come back if you are President NIM for the second photograph. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
It's okay to smile. We're building a sustainable Africa. It's a joyous thing. It's the conversations will take us to the next level of execution. So it's fine to smile. And we are the ones leading the charge, as our keynote speaker had said. We're not just talking the talk, as we say in Nigeria, no be cho cho cho. We're doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And so now we're going straight into the first plenary, the first session of this morning. We'll call it the Titan panel. You can see that two of the members of this panel are here already on stage. Dr. Chizo Malize will be moderating this panel. Right next to her is Antimo, Mrs. Mosmola Ben Olushoga. To join them now will be the chairman of Odua Investment Company Limited, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru. Let's welcome Otumba Ashiru as he comes up on stage. Welcome, sir. Join them also is someone from the Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Department of Nestle, Mrs. Victoria Uwadoka. Please let's welcome Mrs. Victoria Uwadoka as she comes up on stage. Two more people to join them. The Professor of Strategic Management from Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche. Let's welcome Professor Ogbeche as he comes. Nice to see you again, sir. Please join us on stage. And finally, to take up the last seat, the outgoing president and CEO of the One campaign. Please join me and welcome the one and only Ndidi Umuneli. Can someone help us to take the podium down, please? Is that, no, they just...
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. One more time. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to have the privilege of opening this very first plenary. This plenary is designed with huge intentionality. It is called the Titan Plenary for a reason. These are individuals who have done enormous work in the space of sustainability and ESG across the African continent, one way or the other. They are titans in their various ways. And when I start to my right, just because we know that their profiles are already in the brochures, we wouldn't go into reading them in depth. But I'd love to take the privilege of speaking about each of them and the reason this Titan plenary, there can't be better Titans than them. I'd like to start with our Dr. Ndidi Umuneli, a veteran in her own way, who's transversed from building and shaping businesses as a consultant, building one of Africa's most sustainable and reputable social initiative organizations, Leap Africa, to also today transversing all of these experiences into building a sustainable business with Ace Foods. And as a Titan, sitting on the world stage, driving one campaign, a portfolio she's transitioning in few minutes as the global CEO. Could there be a bigger Titan in this space? Next Titan, Professor Ogbeche. He's navigated corporations, including the best of brands, that I'm sure if you look to my left, someone was nodding already. Building as a marketing director of several corporations in FMCG, all the way into the academia. Translating everything he's done in corporations into the academy. And starting also the Sustainability Institute at the Lagos Business School as an academia. And still doing great things as a professor in this practice. No bigger Titan in academia. Next is our very own distinguished, you can add Dr. Professor, Engineer of Board, anything that you like, to our dear Mosu Bello Olushoga. That is not the real name. The real phenomenal branded name is what? Legendary Antimo. Board veteran, first female board to run, female board chairman of Access Bank, currently the chairman of MTN Foundation, and the many boards we're not hearing about, including the ones organizations she's founded and built. To my left, there is no better way to describe Otumba Bimbo. Say it. Say it. This legendary board director sits on, at every point in time, 10 boards as chairman. No titan is bigger than this when it comes to boardroom. To my left is Victoria. Victoria is the Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director at the biggest, oldest FMCG brand, Nestle. Nestle has done great things in the space of sustainability across the world and not just in Nigeria. And so you can see, therefore, that this Titan plenary is very intentional to bring conversations around what is very significant about sustainability and ESG through the thoughts, minds, and voices of titans like them. And so, going straight into this, one of the things that this conference seeks to achieve, if you take a look at the conference theme, is building a sustainable Africa. The world's done so much, talked so much about this continent, but it is time for Africa to build Africa. And so it's with so much intentionality that the theme of this conference is built around this, building a sustainable Africa. But the plenary specifically has got its own topic, from commitment to action, building a sustainable Africa through leadership, investment, and accountability. And so we're here to speak about what matters to Africa. And I would love to start with you, Prof. In all of the work you've done, managing brands that are global, translating them into African context, as well as helping young, erudite people in the academia understand and build structures for Africa. Why does Africa continue to oftentimes struggle with execution? How should nations optimize the opportunities that sustainability portend to build a prosperous African continent?
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this panel of Titans. Your question is not a question, but double-barrel questions. So you have two questions. Let me start with the first one on execution. The most successful seminar in the last 10 years at LBS is turning strategy into action. That's from strategy to results. This program runs this 3 times every year and fully subscribed. The reason being that many organizations realize that one of the weakest links in terms of making progress and succeeding is poor execution. And some of the reasons why we struggle with execution, whether at the corporate level or at national level, include weak institutional capacity at the national level. Because the institutions are weak, we don't produce enough capable hands to do the work. Execution is not about machines, it's not about computers, it's not about AI. AI can give you the solutions. Execution is about people. And one of the biggest success factors for successful execution is leadership. The second most important factor is more leadership. And the third is even more leadership. So you find leadership is at the heart of good execution. But unfortunately, part of our leadership problems is policy inconsistency. and even political cycles. Every 4 years, we change leadership at different levels, right from the top to the bottom. So that also affects continuity issues. Weak governance and accountability is also a serious factor impeding flawless execution. And one of the biggest issues around weak governance and accountability is corruption. Corruption leads us into making the wrong decisions. Decisions that are focused more on the benefits of the individual, opposed to the benefits of the institution. We also have, in most African countries, the limitation of infrastructure, power, transportation, even digital connectivity. So for us to be able to overcome this, we need to develop talents. We are not investing enough in talent development across the continent. Rather, we are over dependence on what I call commodity export syndrome, as against manufacturing and value added. Because once we engage on that, we'll start developing talents that will make this happen. In the corporate world, for you to have flawless execution, you must think of objectives I want to achieve, how I'm going to measure my success, the strategic initiatives I have to undertake to achieve these objectives, the resources I require to make this happen, the person or the people who will drive it, but most importantly, how do I measure my success and impact? And we have this poor culture of measurement and impact assessment. So once we bring that into play, we are now in a position to track our own performance. So discipline is important. But most important, we need to drive data acquisition, use of data. This is information age. We cannot run businesses successfully. We cannot execute successfully without data. So that's part one. Part two is looking at opportunities for Africa. Africa has the opportunity to leapfrog traditional industrial models just by embracing green technology and sustainable practices. The keynote address, the chairman's comment shows that we have all it takes to make it. It is not, we're not being forced to do it. This is the way we can leapfrog. The fourth industrial revolution will revolve around technology, data, but also sustainability. We have the natural resource assets to do this. We have the young population to do this. The young population has two advantages for us: the labor market, the talent market, and also the consumer market. And above all, Africa has the most entrepreneurial ecosystem than any other continent in the world. And these are enough factors to lead to that success we are looking for, but most importantly, take advantage of the opportunities. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You know, when professors speak, you can write a book on your own out of their wisdom and wealth of knowledge. Leadership, execution, optimize opportunity. Super strong. Would come to you, Timo, from chairing one of the biggest board, Access Bank, to another biggest African board represented in Nigeria, MTN. Both institutions that are reputed for social investment. In your experiences and view, the social investments, at what time should social investments stop being about philanthropy and become about building strategic investments for driving brand trust, stakeholders trust, and sustainable development?
Thank you. The MTN Foundation has been in existence for over 20 years now. And we've moved from being a foundation that does temporary fixes into creating systems that empower communities to continue to thrive in a sustainable manner. So we're very, very intentional as to the kind of projects that we do and the sectors that we play in. Um, um, we try to align our projects to the SDGs, the particular one, particular SDGs that we focus on, and some of our projects cut across a number of SDGs. So I'll just focus on the three areas that we're particular about. So number one is health, right? You know, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. So we're very particular about health. Most of the PHCs, the public health centers in Nigeria are totally run down. So you go there are no facilities, there are no structures, there are no nurses, there are no medicines. So we took it upon ourselves to refurbish a number of PHCs, and we've done over 200 refurbishments. And it's pleasing when you hear the medical director, thank you very much, the medical director in each of these PHCs saying that through the intervention of MTNF, there has been zero mortality of both the mother and the child, and zero stockouts of medicines. So that's very passionate. And another thing that we're passionate about is what we call our ASAP, anti-substance abuse program. Nigeria, there's a plague of substance abuse in Nigeria now, from the very, very high to the very, very low. So it depends on how wealthy you are. You can get the very expensive drugs, but you can also get the very, very cheap drugs as little as 50 naira. So we go through the sensitization. So we go through schools. We have almost 2,000 teachers, trained them in telling their students the vice about substance abuse, and also we've trained about 50,000 students. So when you train someone, you now train other people. And we're actually going down the markets to also down the pyramids to the primary school, but because we've also understood that substance abuse is coming. All our projects are actually data driven. So we don't just go into communities with what we want to do. We have a program that we call What Can We Do Together? So communities say what is important to them and how we can intervene. So when we intervene, we partner with the communities, and when we, like, for example, somebody can say, okay, we have shortage of water. Again, waterborne diseases are very, very prevalent in some communities. So we give them borehole, and actually we've done close to 250 boreholes, and over half of them are actually solar. So because we are also very intentional about the environment. So and when we do these projects, we do them in conjunction with community members, and we hand over. And from time to time, we have a very, very strong M&E monitoring and evaluation team to see what the impact of our interventions have been. We're also very passionate about economic empowerment. And you know, we believe in inclusiveness and diversity. So we have a criminal program that is specifically for women. We train women, and with the enterprise development company, so they train them to tell them how to do their business proposals, how to do bookkeeping, marketing, sales, to make them become a thriving business that will continue to be in existence. And a lot of them have started becoming employers of labor. and you can see the impact that they have in their communities. We're also into capacity development. We're very, very passionate about STEM. We have, since inception, we have awarded over 20,000 scholarships for science students. And we go into schools, communities nominate schools, and we a lot of schools, they say they do science, but they don't have laboratories. So we have these laboratory projects that we do. So essentially, in everything we do, we make sure that it is just not transactional, it is sustainable. And how do we get this sustainability is by ensuring that we partner with the communities that we are intervening in. And when we leave, we come years later to see how this project has been. And that is how communities can continue to develop and thrive over the long period. Thank you.
Awesome. Amazing. That clap is very weak. Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's amazing how all of these sort of investments are traceable to either developing people through health or building capabilities through businesses, or even creating opportunities that can make communities strong and thrive, especially when you think about the investments in water and cleanliness. And we will bring that discussion. It's Africa we're talking about. We're bringing that discussion to you, Otumba. Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, we have spoken about the enormous things that you do on board, and we would love to know. A lot of the ESG and sustainability framework are global. A lot of them are inherited. How can Africa begin to take opportunity of sustainability and ESG to develop and build stronger boards and stronger institutions across Africa?
Thank you very much for your question, and thank you for having me here today. When we're talking about Africa, we Africans, we must take ownership. We must think of Africa first. Somebody, anytime I was talking to in the waiting room, I said, there's a person in this world that you listen to every day. You say, think America first. It may be crazy, it may be normal, but it's thinking of America. So we Africans, we must think of Africa first. We must collaborate. We must trust ourselves. I mean, a few weeks ago, in a country, they started sending people out of their country, and we're all Africans. So it clearly shows that there's a problem. And who is taking ownership? Who is the leader of Africa today? I remember during the days of OAU, as a young man, I see General Gowon leading Africa. Now we've called it AU, African Union. Who is leading? Who are the leaders? Don't let us deceive ourselves. We don't have leaders in Africa anymore. If we have leaders in Africa, we're not going to have the problem we're having now. That some people have built their businesses, they've done very well, and overnight, some people came in and said, oh, yeah, and now there's no way they can survive because those foreigners are the ones actually helping their country. I haven't said that, and I'll give you a good example. I like to use practicals when I'm talking about things so that I don't want us to turn this to United Nations, wherever you talk, come next year. Because if UN is working, there won't be war all over the world. So I'm trying to let you understand that. Now, I happen to work in Stanbic IBTC, Standard IBTC. And Standard Bank of Africa, they brought in people when we merged in 2007, July. They came with about over 100 people as staff. I was the director of branch network, reporting to someone in South Africa. And the first thing I told the fellow, I said, look, you must think about the culture. Our culture is different from your own culture. That you have to get it right. You must listen to us first. And they had 51%. Today, they have 70%. The Stanbic is being run by Nigerians. All major people, the MD of Stanbic is a Nigerian. Even in South Africa, Nigerians are the ones running their businesses. And Prof mentioned Stanbic. I mean, they are the ones running their businesses. I was in South Africa every other month. They took us to their training school. But they found out that Nigerians are actually very intelligent, very smart. There's nowhere you go to. So the point is this. When we Africans, we believe in ourselves and we say, well, this is Africa, we must fight it together. President Clinton came to this country some years ago. He said, Nigerians, you have no business going all over the world. Your resources are here. And he was tapping the floor. He knew what he was talking about. You think all those foreign countries coming over here, because we know that we are endowed with a lot of mineral and natural resources. You look at, I mean, Prof was talking about mining, 30% of mining all over the world. They are in Africa. So the point is that how do we Africans come together as one poor and trust ourselves? Because see, the moment we don't trust ourselves, there's no way we can do business together. The reason why Standard Bank Group brought in over 100 people to come on because they don't trust us. But today, with their 70%, Nigerians are the one running their businesses. So, and there are so many other businesses like that. MTN came into this country some years back. It was a moribund business in South Africa. But today, MTN is repatriating a lot of funds to South Africa. So the point is that we are Nigeria is a country that we are endowed. We don't know our value as Nigerians. I can tell you that. If you go to anywhere in the world, Nigerians are the ones there. But the problem is that, I mean, something happened to someone some years back. He was flown out of this country by air ambulance to London. Meanwhile, the doctor who was going to see in London was in Nigeria treating people. So he waited. He spent over 75,000 pounds. Maybe if he had done it in Nigeria, he would have spent probably 20 million. So the point is that Africans, the way we can do this, and we talk about efficiency, collaboration, when you have all these businesses coming to Nigeria, if the cost of company becomes high, because they're bringing their expatriates, they live in Ikoyi, but when you have Nigerians running those businesses with trust, Nigeria, I mean, the businesses we go for, things we sorted out. So the problem is that we must identify a leader in Africa. If we don't have any leader, we're wasting our time. We can talk. I'm happy that all of us here, we are all decision makers in our different organizations. So when you're talking about board functions, boardroom things, I just smile. Because some people, they just take over board functions, they become directors. They don't even know what is happening in that company. They don't know how it's run. And when there's a problem, EFCC come and they now ask them to. I've been invited by EFCC to a board that I was chairman, I was the director, I wasn't even the chairman. And luckily for me, there was a statement I made in August 2013 that do we have business in doing this? And the EFCC guys went through the board minutes and he said, Otumba, you are the one that will save everybody because you said this at the board level. Because some of this, we need to look at how we run the businesses. We take ownership. Nigerians are not taking ownership at all. But I can tell you, if we continue like this, I mean, our children will take over from us in a very smart way because they are more smart, they are more diligent, and they are highly focused. So the point is that for Africa to move forward, we must trust ourselves first. We must collaborate. And we must look at areas where we have competitive and comparative advantage over others. We must stop competing among ourselves. We are competing among ourselves in Africa. The competition is too much. It's so volatile and dangerous. So we must look at how we can move forward towards that. And I have so many foreigners in Nigeria, so many Africans who are not Nigerians in Nigeria, and they are doing well, they are collaborating very well. And one thing I want to say before I drop is that Nigeria is a friendly country. We accommodate so many people. There are so many people. I mean, when we have all these xenophobia in South Africa, Nigerians didn't do anything. They didn't kill all the South African businesses. And I think we should continue like that. I commend Nigerians for doing that. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you very much. 1 out of every 5 they say is a Nigerian. And the great thing about this inspiring discussion is around building trust, partnership, collaboration to drive efficiency and effectiveness across this. Thank you very much. We would like to go on to Victoria. And Victoria, a lot of organizations are excited and delighted to be able to play within the sustainability and ESG space. But oftentimes they need guidance in terms of building their framework. However, institutions such as Nestle has created a fantastic sustainability framework, which they call creating shared value. How do you think organizations can, just share with us as your case study. What is it about and what can organizations learn from that? Yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. Good morning. I see my big sister in the room. Hello to everyone else. Okay, so, today the recurring conversation has been about moving from philanthropy to investment, strategic investment in people. And I think that that's something that Nestle understood very early, creating shared value. So for us as Nestle, it's not about being charitable. It's not about philanthropy. That is very good, but it's not just about that. It's about creating value and creating value that is aligned to the business. So it's embedded in the way that Nestle does business. And for us, that creating shared value cuts across 3 critical pillars that are important to us as a business. One is individuals and family, knowing that Nestle is about good food, good life. So that's the number one pillar. The second, of course, is building thriving communities. And then the third is protecting the planet. And, I think we can see how all that connects. And those are the strategies for us. So for us, it's not just about a project. It's not about an annual plan to do something. It's a continuum. And it starts all the way from procurement right down to distribution. And that's how the creating shared value drives our business. I'll give one example because we're in an environment where over 70% of our people are dependent on agriculture. Industries are also dependent on agriculture as the source of the raw materials. And so when we support farmers and we support them to work together with us along good farming practices, we're not only helping them to increase their revenue, we're not only helping to build thriving communities, but we're helping to ensure we're also ensuring that our business is able to get the raw material that we require, the agricultural raw material that is really critical to our business. So I think that is tied together. And where are we really succeeding in this? We're succeeding in that, right now, over the past 10 years that I've been at Nestle, I've seen us reduce the rejection of grains at the factory gate from over 13% to less than 4% today. And that is progressive. And I've also seen the farmers within our ecosystem, they tell us how their finances have grown exponentially from, producing maybe 2 kg of grains on 1 hectare. They have expanded that to more, to 10, to 20 in some by applying the good farming practices. So I think that for us, it's not just about a system or a project. It's really about the way that we do business is embedded in it, because we know that if we must grow our businesses, if our businesses must be sustainable, then the environment around us must be growing as well and prospering as well. Because it doesn't matter how good your services are or how good your products are. If the people around you are not growing and able to afford it, then it won't really lead to prosperity or to growth. So for us at Nestle, that's why and that's how. Thank you.
Awesome, amazing. Thank you very much. Start with the strategy, ensure you've got the people on mind, and make it authentic delivery. We'd come to the freshly minted Dr. Ndidi Wuneli. Please put your hands together for that. A resounding clap, well deserved, holding down all of these businesses, corporations, family, and an international doctorate. Congratulations once again. Would like to speak to Ndidi on a matter that is important. You have transversed business, consulting, social development, philanthropy, name it, you've checked all of the boxes. And so the question would like to ask is, how, therefore, can Africa accelerate continental growth? How can Africa leverage sustainable development to leapfrog and grow and build the sort of sophistication that people experience all over the world?
Thank you so much. And it's an honor and privilege to be here with such amazing titans, big brothers and sisters and aunties. And I want to also commend the distinguished audience. I would pick up from 2 points that have been made. The first one, obviously, is a cohesive voice, which Bimbo Ashiru talked about, and leadership at the top. And I actually agree with him that there is a vacuum of leadership in many, many spheres. But we're actually some leadership from the African Development Bank with Dr. Sidi and the new architecture that he's putting together for financial access that's Africa-led for Africans. And this NAFAD policy actually has philanthropy and diaspora at the crux of it, which I think is really important when we're talking about our wealth and our engagement as Africans, because our diaspora contributes 100 billion annually, but also has the brains, the mindsets, and the capacity to support us in this transition. We also see some leadership from AfriExim and Africa Finance Corporation. So from the perspective of innovation to drive the ESG transitions, I'm seeing optimism. But I want to pick up on 2 points, which is needs to change. And I think Otumba hit the nail on the head when he talked about our confidence in our abilities as Africans, leveraging our knowledge and indigenous practices. Because clearly the ESG standards are being set from outside our continent. We see this every day. And we see the cost of that transition and the demand on us. Through Sahel, we were working in dairy, and many of you know dairy in Nigeria is a very important value chain. In many parts of the world, and I like practical examples, you have subsidies for the Dutch farmers who actually are behind some of the large companies we have in Nigeria by importing dried milk, right? Nigeria has the largest, fourth largest cattle herd in Africa. We could be producing enough dairy. So we see our multinationals telling us this is the standard for dairy production. However, they're subsidizing their farmers, right? And we cannot compete. Now, WTO rules are also against us. So when, with our Aldine project, Advancing Local Dairy Development, Harvard Business School decided to write a case study on this project, it ends with that. The first letter Dr. Okonjo-Iweala received was from Friesland Campina saying they're unfair trading rules for Nigeria. Why do I say that? You can't come and talk about ESG and talk about double standards. And if African leaders are not speaking with one voice about what is required on the continent and what our standards mean for us, we cannot move forward as a continent. There's no clean cow. They call it clean cow in Europe. There's clean cow where your cows are only eating sustainable grass. We're not there, right? So that's one. We need to ensure we have a level playing field. We need to speak at one voice, and we need to ensure that there are no double standards. We need to ensure that ESG is being implemented at our pace, and where the rest of the world requires us to move faster, they need to subsidize it. And this is critical. The second key piece is confidence to also ensure that our SMEs are pulled along. And they are multinationals, and I would use Nigerian breweries as an example because I served on that board. Nestle is also trying. I used to serve on the Nestle board, where you actually are subsidizing the SMEs across the value chain. Because if you want to ensure that they can also maximize their water efficiency, reduce their carbon footprint, ensure that they manage waste, who is paying for that? If the government is not stepping in, who is paying? And I think that subsidy across the value chain is a critical step, both for your distributors and your suppliers. And then finally, the elephant in the room. For someone who just came back a few days, we need more resources as African business to address some of the infrastructure challenges and that sustainability. The flooding in Lagos is an eyesore. Has anybody talked about it today? The businesses are all suffering. The staff who are coming to offices are suffering, and it's an ESG issue. Now, who is going to take it on? My earliest career as a consultant at McKinsey, I got to work in South Africa with McKinsey working on business against crime. Businesses came together, the hundreds of businesses, to say the crime rate is too high, we must do something about it. And they adopted 100 police stations across the country, and we worked with them to reduce crime. Who is going to take the leadership in Lagos to address the flooding issue and the crime issue? Are businesses going to put their money where their mouth is? Are the philanthropists going to come out and put their money where their mouth is? Well, for Impact, we're putting together philanthropists in Nigeria and saying, work together on the wicked problems confronting our society. But for this, we need courage, we need wisdom, and we need to put our resources to work. This is our country, this is our continent. No one else is going to solve these problems for us. So a wake-up call is action, 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 because it creates value, long-term sustainability, and drives growth. Bimbo Ashiru was commissioner for Ogun State. I called him and said, Ace Foods has flooding in front of our streets. It's a major street, 5 companies. What are you going to do about it? Immediately, he sent resources. He sent support.
Action.
Action. Political, business, philanthropy. Come together as one. Thank you.
Awesome. Amazing stuff. Just making it happen. And we join forces. Thank you for proving that action is important. It's not by mistake that he's a titan, is it? Okay, we will take the next question onto you, Ndi, so we can just keep it flowing. Because one of the things that is critical is investment, and that's why we want to move this onto the discussion around investment. So impact investment has also grown significantly over the years. Is Africa becoming attractive? What will unlock the next wave of investments into Africa?
Through the One campaign's work, we found out that as Africans, we pay 5 times more than other world regions for debt. This is unacceptable. And this is linked to a risk premium associated with in Africa. The key to that is we need to make sure that we are not as risky as the rest of the world. We need to hold the credit agencies accountable, but we also need to tell positive stories. And the companies that are doing good work, we have to elevate those stories to change narratives. So that's the first key. The second is we have to unlock resources available to us in Africa. And Timo mentioned pension funds. But through our work, we also realize that there's $3 trillion worth of legitimate African money outside Africa. Our people have to trust that they can keep their money here in our currencies because we're going to create stable macroeconomic environments to ensure investment. And through Wealth for Impact, we're partnering with banks like Stanbic to create instruments to make sure that philanthropists can also keep their money here. And then finally, we need to ensure that we remove all the barriers that continue to ensure that we hide our resources. Because that's the challenge with our continent. We see this. If you go to many, what we call safe zones, we are seeing that happening. And I was so excited. I was recently in Kigali that the Rwandan government has said, don't put your money in any other part of the world. We will be the Luxembourg of Africa. Can Lagos or Abuja say the same thing? Can we create safe havens for funds to be domiciled in our countries and remove the bottlenecks that prevent people, but also allow free movement? And I think all of those conditions will not only attract more investment, but also ensure that we multiply the resources available to us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And so this takes us to you, Antimo, investors' confidence. How do you think that we can, as a continent, position ourselves to give confidence to investors?
I think everybody has said it in one way or the other. It's all about trust. Trust in the system. When there is no trust, nobody is going to give you money. So I think the typical Nigeria, the world is very, very suspicious about Nigeria. So they think we are too smart for our own good. But when there is trust in the system, that the system works, in the regulatory authorities, when you have a contract and you know that the contract will be seen through, and where you have there's a problem, you can go to the courts and you're not held in the court for 15, 20 years by the time that you are already dead. When you don't have double taxation, for example, a lot of businesses are suffering because of multiple levels of taxes. When your regulatory environment is not predictable, predictability allows you to plan. So you, like Prof said, the government is in existence for 4 years. Then another set of regulators come, another set of leadership come, and regulators change. So you that have invested, you don't know what is going to happen. Today, your money is devalued. The $1 million that you think you have has now become about 100,000. So you won't have people coming in. So investors' confidence is all about trust. And how do we build trust? We have to ensure that our systems work and are seen to be working. You don't need anybody to get things to work to work for you. Corruption has to be brought down. There's this story of this man that came from the state that wanted to do a medical city in Abuja. He did the presentation. The Minister of Health was very, very satisfied. This was a couple of regimes ago. Minister was very impressed and said, "This is fantastic." Okay, so have you seen the president? And the gentleman said, "Why do I need to see the president?" It's all about corruption because everybody wants to take a little bit from the project. He took the project to Ghana. Ghana has that medical city. My own cousin, that is where she did her cancer treatment. So we keep losing investors because they can't trust us and because a lot of corruption. Our systems don't work. So we need to fix all this before the returns are good, right? So people who want to take the risk will come. And that is where there's a huge premium on things that are coming in because they're factoring in the lack of systems, the corruption and things like that. So once we fix our system, all these trillions that are outside Nigeria or outside Africa will become resident in Africa. And once people can be confident that when they invest, they are allowed to take their money back. You are not ashamed of being rich. Do you understand? A lot of people keep their money outside because they don't want people to realize that they're cheap, and you're not penalized for having wealth like Aliko Dangote is. So you now say, oh, he has unfair advantage. You go put your own refinery. So why do you keep your money, billions, that after you die, nobody knows where your money is at? So it's a trust. We have to build that trust, and it's by putting systems in place that will let people trust you. Thank you.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you very much. And as we wind down on this very segment on plenary, we're going to be moving to commitment to action in clear terms. So we would come to all of you panelists to speak to us about the kind of ways, in your own ways, and all your thoughts and your perspectives that we can move commitments to action. And I want to start with you. Dr. Ndidi, commitment to action. With 2030 around the corner, what bold steps must Africa make around sustainable development to accelerate impact? Bold steps, 2, 3, 4, 10, or not less than 2.
Thank you. So I would say there are 3 bold steps. The first one is that we have to have a clear vision, locally, and continentally, of what ESG means to us and how it must be for Africa by Africans, leveraging African resources. The second is that we need to, and this is for you and the team at FITC, to set a very, very bold example of case studies of what is working here, which companies are leading the way, but also which companies are failing to step up, to meet their own commitments, to lead by example. Because unfortunately, in our context, we don't have enough. And then the third is we need to actually activate positive storytelling, but also address this issue of the cost of capital and the premium that we pay when it comes to it. And if there are philanthropists, I'll put Rockefeller on the table, that are coming alongside us to ensure that we provide funding for the SMEs that are ready to transition and to deliver, I think will really unlock a lot more interest and show results coming out of this conference. So that's what I would hope we can achieve. Thank you.
3 solid bold steps. Thank you there. Victoria, we're coming to you. We would like to know, from commitment to action, being at the forefront of driving sustainable development goals, what are success factors for organizations? Being there, done it, Nestle, success factors organizations can adopt.
I think that the first thing is to understand that sustainability or ESG is not a project for one department. So it sits with corporate affairs or with legal or with finance, and it's just their project, is their thing. If we look beyond that and understand that ESG actually means environment, it means social, it means environment, it means governance. Those are critical things, and that's part of a business strategy, right? How do you manage your social impact? How do you ensure that your governance is right? Your standards, your ethics, everything is aligned. Your processes are there, they are assured. You're ensuring equity, you're ensuring inclusion. All of that is very important to your business. It's not just a buzzword. Now, thinking about environmental. Now look beyond the environmental as being, oh, I just have to be compliant with the environment. But there are opportunities that sit within that. Okay, even a big organization like Nestle, we do not have waste in our system because everything is resold or reused. We have other people taking those things that you might call waste. So isn't that a diversification, other sources of income? So looking at that as that, and even smaller companies, because there's a guideline for MSMEs that has just been delivered, working with ILO and NECA, those guidelines actually show you how you can turn your business to a circular business. Right now, we're operating linear businesses. It's just, you produce and then you distribute, and that's that. But true circularity actually creates more opportunities, and we need to begin to look at it in that very way. Yes, Ndidi and everybody else has spoken about understanding what we are, what we have in our own context. Because even in an international organization like Nestle, we don't do exactly the same thing in Switzerland as in Nigeria, as in Ghana. It's localized because our systems are as such. And if you think about ESG, sustainability as something you can actually cut down your carbon emissions, you can cut costs by optimizing your logistics, optimizing your production, There's so much that is an advantage, and we need to look at it as not just compliance and reporting, but as a business strategy, as a competitive strategy. Yes, we talked about, our natural resources being boom or doom. I think that we can turn it to boom if we begin to think strategically about what sustainability means, what that means for us as businesses, and how we can drive it from sourcing right down to distribution. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. From commitment to action. In building a sustainable Africa, the board's got a role. Why? Because institutions help to drive growth and development. And it's only through growth and development that Africa can see prosperity. What is the role of boards?
Yes. Luckily, I drafted something here that I want to read to the board members. But before then, you have a role to play. I was on the board of FITC before I went to join politics. And the point is this: Nigeria has no business being an import-dependent economy. We must fight that. We must look at the value chain proposition. We must look at agriculture that will lead into industrialization, and how do we do that? And the first thing is to curb this security issue. We need to sort out the security, because our farmers are not going to farm anymore because they've taken, well, I believe government will work on that. But I want to live with this. First of all, I want to talk about Warren Buffett. He said something. He said, look for three things in a person you want to do business with, government or individual: intelligence, energy, and integrity. If they don't have any of the last one, don't even bother with the first two. So integrity is doing the right thing, then nobody's watching you. But for we board members here, directors there, the role of the board is no longer simply to govern organizations. It is to steward institutions that can thrive across generations. In building a sustainable Africa, boards must move beyond declarations of intent to deliberation action. Their legacy will not be measured by the policies they approve, but by the resilient businesses they build, the trust they earn, the opportunities they create, and the lasting value they deliver for the African peoples and future. For you that are looking for board seats, you must imbibe this culture. Thank you very much.
Awesome. That's quite memorable. Words on marble. Every single one of us, we get that, frame that, and put up somewhere, and remember this very one. Antimo, we come to you. In 2035, what will success look like?
I will, first of all, recount a statement by late Pope Francis. Say, listen to the cry of the earth and listen to the cry of the poor. I want to see an Africa where conscience is part of the sustainability conversation. Professor Ajogu mentioned corporate conscience. Now I'm talking of national conscience and individual conscience. The reason being that I want to see an Africa where the gap between the rich and the poor
has reduced considerably. And the best way of doing it is empowering the young people with education, but also encouraging them by providing funds, entrepreneurship, family businesses. This is one way of getting them or getting us into productivity and exchange. I don't want us to see us measuring poverty by level of dollar they earn, but rather let's look at the number of people that we have brought into productivity and exchange. That's empowering people to do things sustainably. That is the Africa I want to say.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And to wrap it up for us, Dr. Ndidi, in another, people are going to be leaving this room, but they must leave with their final notes. What actions do you think people should take home, apply, that in 12 months they have seen results?
I would say that all of us sitting in this room have a sphere of influence. Your home, your business, community. And you're leaving a legacy in the home. First, we can start sustainability, how we manage not only our energy, our water, but also how we engage with the neighbors around us, how we invest in the streets in front of our house, and how we partner with others to ensure that our homes and our businesses and our communities reflect excellence. Because there's no way that we can be rich and successful alone when our society is on fire. That is actually failure. And so my conviction and my charge to you is leave a legacy of impact by the way you invest in those around you, by the way you model behavior, and by the way you use your voice in every platform where you sit. There's a quote, and I'll end with this quote. It's an African youth talking to a president. He said, "I'm no longer asking God to grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. I'm asking the Almighty to grant me the wisdom and courage to change the things I cannot accept." I personally cannot accept that this city that's called the Center of Excellence reflects me and reflects the people in this room. I can't accept that. I can't accept that this country is listed as one of the worst places to be born. I cannot accept that as Nigerians, we can hold our hands and say, well, I'm successful, but my neighbor is on fire. We must rise up and have the courage and wisdom to change the things we cannot accept. That is your charge.
Awesome. Thank you so much. In wrapping up, we've had a wonderful 15 minutes deliberations around leadership, the importance of leadership, why leadership must inspire, why leadership must be effective, why leadership must consistently deliver. We've also had fantastic discussions and insights around investment, how Africa can position itself to attract the investment, build trust, and be able to have measurable reports that people can see. We've also had fantastic discussions and deliberations with pointers on the things that we must do, we must change as individuals. And I totally do love the part about individuals. It's not so much about boards and organizations. How are individuals inspiring other people to be aligned to sustainability? How are we even super conscious of the fact that the energy we are wasting in our homes because we can pay the bill is depriving other people who can't even afford energy? How are we ensuring that in every single thing we do, we bring trust and integrity and accountability to the process so that young people can understand that you can never build sustainable institutions without trust and accountability? How, as individuals, are we putting our nations first? Because every single nation that is built strongly means building a sustainable Africa. And it's on this note that I'm definitely going to be ending. And I must say a big thank you to all of these titans on this side. To my left, Victoria, Otumba himself, and legendary Antimo, Professor and Ndidi. There's something that I would like you to know. And it is not by design, by human being, but by design and intentionality ordained by God that three powerful people on this room, on this side, have what? The DNA of Nestle in their body. That's Ndidi, that's Prof, and that's Victoria. Two powerful people in this room have FITC DNA in their body. That's Otumba, that's Chizo Malize. And then the legendary Antimo that has built and shaped all of us one way or the other. Please put your hands together for the Titan panelists.
Wow.
I'd love to invite a few people to join this segment. Dr. Alo, Managing Director Emeritus of FITC, please join the stage. Would also like to invite the Chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, Ayotola, to join this. We also have another very distinguished FITC Advisory Board member, Professor Henrietta, to join as well. And we have another magical and dynamic Advisory Board member, Ms. Osai Alile, to join this photo session. You can see that the number of people powering this conference, they just don't end on this stage, but it is important that we all feel them. Thank you very much. There is another Advisory Board member that we must, conference planning, double barrel, Advisory Board and conference planning. Do we have Femi Shubanjo? Femi, is Femi here? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much. Yes.
That is a different color. One day we gonna get so high. At the end of the day, remember the days when we were close to the edge. Wonder how we made it through. At the end of the day, remember the way we stayed so close to the edge. Remember.
Thank you so very much for this amazing panel. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that amazing session. Right, so please let's take our seats. We have one goodwill message to take now, and then we'll have our coffee break. The DG of SEC is here with us, none other than distinguished Dr. Timi Agama, and I'd like to invite him to please come and give his goodwill message just before we go for lunch. Dr. Timi Agama, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up on stage. He's right here.
So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I first must apologize for coming a bit late.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats so we can listen to Dr. Agama, please. Thank you very much. Photographers, can you make some space? Thank you.
Yeah, so I first must apologize for coming in a bit late. The heavy downpour was basically the reason why that happened. It took me about 2 hours to get here from the airport. But nonetheless, it's very important that I come because I've been invited by very distinguished personalities, my friends in this journey of regulation, governance experts, sustainability experts, and all. So I couldn't just miss it, hence I have to be here. But at the same time, it's also because sustainability for me is life. And indeed, when you say sustainability, You're talking about living from every aspect. And so it's important that if we want to live, we actually must be part of the living. And that's one other major reason why I'm here this morning to give this goodwill message. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of FITC, my dear sister, Dr. Chizo Malize, members of the FITC Sustainability and ESG Institute Advisory Board here present, distinguished sustainability thought leaders, corporate executives, and governance experts, esteemed regulators, policymakers, and development finance professionals, investors, ecosystem enablers, and all stakeholders committed to Africa's sustainability future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing you here not as a stranger, but as part of the growing team of people who actually value sustainability and know exactly what it means and actually desire to have it embedded in our systems. This journey had long come from far and even from origin. Being a child from the Niger Delta and having grown up in Lagos, particularly Ajegunle, and of course, moving around the areas of Tolu, for those people that know, Amukoko, and indeed Morocco, which nobody ever remembers again. And it speaks clearly to the issues of sustainability. Of course, nature is very, very kind, but oftentimes very comical. That we're speaking about sustainability now, and the rains are all here. And we can see exactly why this is a very important part of our living. It is my distinct honor to stand before you today at the 2026 FITC Sustainability and ESG Conference 3.0, convened under the timely and ambitious theme, Building a Sustainable Africa, Integrating Environmental Stewardship, Social Impact, and Strong Governance for a Prosperous Future. I commend the FITC for its unwavering commitment to advancing sustainability, responsible business practices, and long-term value creation across Africa. This conference represents more than a gathering. It is a call to deliberate action, a platform for practical solutions, and a testament to our collective resolve to shape a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous continent. Sustainability has evolved from a compliance concern into a critical business and development imperative. Across the globe, organizations are challenged to respond to climate change, shifting stakeholder expectations, evolving regulatory environments, and growing demands for transparency and accountability. For Africa, these challenges are accompanied by significant opportunities. Our continent possesses immense human capital, natural resources, entrepreneurial energy, and innovation potential. Unlocking these opportunities, sustainability, however, requires deliberate action, strategic collaboration, and responsible leadership. Indeed, intentionality is the name of the game. The decisions made in boardrooms today about carbon footprints, human capital, governance structures, and community impact are decisions that will echo across generations. Institutional investors are no longer treating ESG considerations on secondary fillers. They are the primary determinants of capital allocation decisions. Nigerian companies that wish to access the vast pool of patient long-term capital must understand one unambiguous reality. The price of entry is disclosure. The principle of the capital market is disclosure. Credible, consistent, comparable, and verifiable disclosures. At the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have answered this call. Nigeria is already aligning with international standards, particularly frameworks developed by the International Sustainability Standards Board, where my very good friend, Ndidi Nole Edozien, represents Africa and is doing so much, so well, including the IFRS S1 and S2, which are fast becoming the global baseline for sustainability reporting. We are adopting a phased implementation approach, beginning with voluntary adoption by early adopters and large public interest entities, and transitioning to mandatory compliance in 2027, not a very long time away. For significant public interest entities, 2028 for other public interest entities, and 2030 for small and medium scale enterprises. Let me speak plainly about what is at stake. Nigeria's capital market currently boasts a market capitalization that is cost above 130 trillion, and most recently got up to 160 trillion. Out of correction, it came back, with assets under management crossing over 9 trillion naira. This is significant. This has happened within 2 years of us being in administration. These numbers reflect growth, growing depth, and dynamism, but they also underscore the weight of responsibility that rests on all of us in the ecosystem. The SEC will strengthen guidance on sustainability reporting, deepen engagement with listed companies on disclosure obligations, and create regulatory frameworks, incentives for early adopters of robust regulatory and sustainability frameworks. The reason why I'm here is to give encouragement to each and every one of us that we do not have any other time to start. When you wake up, it's your money, and this indeed is our money. We will not wait for the market to drift towards best practice. We will lead. That is our responsibility. Beyond regulation, we see immense opportunity in sustainability finance. The SEC is facilitating the issuance of infrastructure bonds, green bonds, municipal bonds, and infrastructure-focused funds to attract patient capital into critical national assets. And something we definitely will do and will continue to do is the encouragement for the blue and marine economy. Indeed, we are supporting Nigeria's power sector through green energy bonds, project-backed securities, and public-private sector investment vehicles. The recent launch of the NGX Impact Board further underscores the growing momentum behind sustainable finance initiatives in Nigeria. These instruments are not just financial products, they are pathways to addressing Nigeria's infrastructure deficits, supporting inclusive development, and driving our energy transition goals. Sustainability is no longer the responsibility of a single sector or institution. It is a shared responsibility requiring active participation from businesses, governments, regulators, investors, civil society organizations, and development partners. Sustainability and sustainable development can only be achieved when stakeholders work together to create systems and solutions capable of delivering long-term value for both present and future generations. This conference provides a unique platform to exchange ideas, share practical solutions, and forge the partnerships that will accelerate sustainable transformation across our continent. I encourage each of you to move beyond declarations and commitments to major implementation, embedding sustainability strategies within governance structures, operational frameworks, investment decisions, and organizational culture. As Africa navigates increasingly complex environmental, social, and governance challenges, the focus must shift from intention to execution. Building a sustainable future requires collective action, responsible leadership, innovative thinking, and strong partnerships across sectors. The SEC remains fully committed to creating an enabling regulatory and environment that incentivizes sustainable business practices, protects investors, and positions Nigeria's capital market as a beacon of ESG excellence on the African continent. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here. And I must tell you that I'm committed to this goal. I'm committed to this intention, and definitely will support anything good that comes through. For us, it is no longer a time to wait. It's a time to put into action our words. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please don't go. I would like to I'd like to say a very big thank you to the DG of SEC. And over the last 2 hours, he's been navigating getting here because of other commitments. And to say that he's able to make it, I did not just say the thank you should come later. I think that I should please ask everyone to please join me in a very big clap as we say thank you to him. We're not only honored by his presence, we're also honored at FITC for the great work that he's doing for the financial service sector that he regulates, and of course, outside of the as SEC, it is capital market. So we do know that the sphere is enormous and is huge. I deeply, very personally appreciate your coming, your contribution to the discussion, and all the sacrifices you took to get here. I would also like to invite a few persons to be able to do the photo session with the distinguished DG. I would like to start with the conference planning chairperson, Ms. Ayotola Jago. Please step up. I'd also like to start with a member of the conference planning committee, Ms. Osai Alile. Please come up. I'd also like to call on the chairperson of the Public Relations Consultants of Nigeria, Ms. Ankechi Ali Balogo. Please come up. And I would like to call our very distinguished conference chairperson, Professor Fabian Adoba. Thank you. Please come up. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll join them too.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. We're smiling towards a sustainable Africa that is being developed by each and everyone in this room. We've gone from conversation to implementation. Our DG, it's okay to smile. See, such a lovely smile in there. Thank you for all the work that you do, implementing the capital markets master plan 2.0. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, the networking will be taken in doses as we go now to refresh ourselves with something warm or something cold. It's tea, it's coffee, it's a little to nibble on. In the room right behind us at 12:30, please take a look at your time. At 12:30, we'll reconvene for the next session, which is the governance panel. If you enjoyed the Titan session, please put your hands together. Yes. Meaning you are very much going to enjoy the governance session as well. Moderator is here, panelists are here, all ready for the conversation to start. So we crave your indulgence that as you go over to the tea room to get something to drink, you reconvene at what time? What time did we say? 12:30. Thank you so much for your cooperation. See you at 12:30 as we take on the governance conversation. This is still the FITC Sustainability ESG Conference 3.0. We have a few minutes to the end of the tea break. We crave your indulgence to engage. If someone is standing close to you, please nudge them. Let's go get some tea, some coffee, and return. Ushers, please help us with people movement. Please take Prof to tea. Take Prof to get some tea. The conversation continues at the tea break area.
This facility implements advanced technologies, extraction and processing, reinforcing our leadership in the energy sector. Brass terminal, a citizen as a central part of global advancement, highlighting Rwanda's global influence. Kobe Gas Plant, a state-of-the-art facility with a processing capacity of 1 million standard cubic feet, showcasing our commitment to efficient energy production. The Banbury Gas Plant, a vital link in our gas production chain. This plant plays a key role in processing and distributing clean energy, contributing to Nigeria's energy security. While a Hungary independent power plant with a combined capacity of 150 million standard cubic feet per day for gas processing. For power generation, listening to maintenance.
5 more minutes to the end of the coffee break. 5 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Manage your account efficiently with real-time insights and a user-friendly interface. Payments. Initiate and track payments effortlessly on a platform that powers secure and seamless transactions. Trade. Conduct trade transactions all in one place. Collections and receivables. Manage collections and receivables all at once. Supply chain. Optimize your supply chain with our integrated tools. Enhance efficiency and transparency. Collections and receivables. And manage collections and receivables all at once. Supply chain. Optimize your supply chain with our integrated tool. Host-to-host API integration functionalities. Collections and receivables. And manage collections and receivables all at once. Host-to-host API functionalities. Optimize your and get all the details of the payment schedules. Experience real-time visibility into your transactions, account activity, and status update. First Direct 2.0 ensures seamless integration with industry platforms and customer ERP for secure data exchange. Experience platform prioritizes security and authentication into your transactions, account activity, your corporate status update. This cover First Direct 2.0 ensures seamless integration with industry platforms and customer ERP for secure data exchange. Experience prioritizes security and authentication into your transactions. Status this covers integration with industry platforms. Experience prioritizes security and authentication into your transactions. Accessibility in energy distribution. For over 30 years, Wando PLC has been more than just an energy company. It began with a dream to provide energy that powers homes, fuels businesses, and drives development across Nigeria and Africa. From our early focus on downstream operations, where we redefined efficiency and accessibility in energy distribution, we are now evolving into a major force in the upstream sector. Today, Wando enters a transformative era. We are not just continuing our journey with a new asset acquisition, we are redefining it. A Bocha Oil Center with a liquid export capacity of 120,000 barrels per day. This facility integrates advanced technologies to maximize oil extraction and processing, reinforcing our leadership in the energy sector. Brass Terminal, a state-of-the-art terminal that serves as a central hub for crude oil export, highlighting Owando's global operational capabilities.
OBOB gas plant, a state-of-the-art facility with a processing capacity of 1 billion standard cubic feet per day, showcasing our commitment to efficient energy production. Ubanbiri gas plant, a vital link in our gas production chain. This plant plays a key role in processing and distributing clean energy, contributing to Nigeria's energy security. Kwali Opai Independent Power Plant, with a combined capacity of 150 million standard cubic feet per day for gas processing and 450 milliwatts for power generation. This integrated facility underscores our focus on sustainability and contribution to Nigeria's power grid. These assets are more than just infrastructure. They are the foundation of our mission. Behind every success are the humans of Wando. Their passion and expertise ensures our work is not just about energy, but about empowering lives. Our commitment remains steadfast to lead Africa into a future of sustainable energy, to uplift the communities that have supported us, and to invest in the growth and well-being of our greatest asset, our people. Together, we are powering a brighter, sustainable future, one where innovation meets impact and where every individual has the chance to thrive. Wando PLC, energy to inspire.
The journey to build a sustainable Africa is asking more of the finance sector than ever before. Access Holdings is turning this vision into a reality, thanks to its environmentally conscious financial services. Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring the next generation of leaders, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world. Hello, welcome to First Direct 2.0, the state-of-the-art corporate internet banking portal for First Bank that is completely refining the way corporate manage their cash and trade needs. Let me show you how to navigate our platform seamlessly. First Direct 2.0 is a fully integrated internet banking platform designed for corporate. It provides a single interface for all your transaction banking needs. Let's explore the modules. Account services. Manage your account efficiently with real-time insights and a user-friendly interface. Payments. Initiate and track payments effortlessly. Our platform ensures secure and seamless transactions. Trade. Conduct trade transactions all in one place. Collections and receivables. Manage collections and receivables all at once. Supply chain. Optimize your supply chain with our integrated tools. Enhance efficiency and transparency. Finance and liquidity management. Efficiently manage your finances and liquidity with real-time insights and strategic tools. Host-to-host API integration functionalities. Seamlessly integrate your ERP to First Direct 2.0 using our host-to-host API functionalities. Virtual account services.
Distinguished guests, if you can hear the sound of my voice, either out in the foyer or the T area, it is time to reconvene. If you can hear the sound of my voice, ushers, please support with people movement. It is time to reconvene for the next plenary. Thank you. I see a few people already walking back into the room. Thank you. Mrs. Chinyere Almona, I see you walk back into the room. It is time to reconvene.
And get all the details of payment schedules. Experience real-time visibility into your transactions, account activity, and status update. First Direct 2.0 ensures seamless integration with industry platforms and customer ERP for secure data exchange. Our platform prioritizes security with N-factor authentication and approval workflows aligned with your corporate mandates. Discover the endless possibility and make First Direct 2.0 first choice for all your corporate banking needs.
For over 30 years, Oando PLC has been more than just an energy company. It began with the dream to provide energy that powers homes, fuels businesses, and drives development across Nigeria and Africa. From our early focus on downstream operations, where we redefined efficiency and accessibility of energy distribution, we are now evolving into a major force in the upstream sector. Today, Wando enters a transformative era. We are not just continuing our journey with a new asset acquisition, we are redefining it. A Bocha Oil Center with a liquid export capacity of 120,000 barrels per day. This facility integrates advanced technologies to maximize oil extraction and processing, reinforcing our leadership in the energy sector. Brass Terminal, a state-of-the-art terminal that serves as a central hub for crude oil export, highlighting Oando's global operational capabilities. OBOB Gas Plant, a state-of-the-art facility with a processing capacity of 1 billion standard cubic feet per day, showcasing our commitment to efficient energy production. Obanbiri Gas Plant, a vital link in our gas production chain. This plant plays a key role in processing and distributing clean energy, contributing to Nigeria's energy security.
A sustainable Africa is asking more of the finance sector than ever before. Access Holdings is turning this vision into a reality, thanks to its environmentally conscious financial services. Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring the next generation of leaders, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world. Hello, welcome to First Direct 2.0, the state-of-the-art corporate internet banking portal for First Bank that is completely refining the way corporate manage their cash and trade needs. Let me show you how to navigate our platform seamlessly. First Direct 2.0 is a fully integrated internet banking platform designed for corporate. It provides a single interface for all your transaction banking needs. Let's explore the modules. Account services. Manage your account efficiently with real-time insights and a user-friendly interface. Payments. Initiate and track payments effortlessly. Our platform ensures secure and seamless transactions. Trade. Conduct trade transactions all in one place. Collections and receivables. Manage collections and receivables all at once. Supply chain. Optimize your supply chain with our integrated tools. Enhance efficiency and transparency. Finance and liquidity management. Efficiently manage your finances and liquidity with real-time insights and strategic tools. Host-to-host API integration functionalities. Seamlessly integrate your ERP to First Direct 2.0 using our host-to-host API functionalities. Virtual account services. Easily create your virtual account, view transaction details, and download your virtual account. Direct debits. Create virtual accounts, single and bulk. Create mandates and automate debits. Get details to your transactions. Approve products and download product reports on direct debit. FCY payments. Initiate payments to foreign accounts. Choose the currency type you want with FCY payments. Pension. Insert your pension remittance and get all the details of the payment schedules. Experience real-time visibility into your transactions, account activity, and status update. First Direct 2.0 ensures seamless integration with industry platforms and customer ERP for secure data exchange. Our platform prioritizes security with N-factor authentication and approval workflows aligned with your corporate mandates. Discover the endless possibility that make First Direct 2.0 first choice for all your corporate banking needs.
Over 30 years, Wando PLC has been more than just an energy company. It began with a dream to provide energy that powers homes, fuels businesses, and drives development across Nigeria and Africa. From our early focus on downstream operations, where we redefined efficiency and accessibility in energy distribution, we are now evolving into a major force in the upstream sector. Today, Wando enters a transformative era. We are not just continuing our journey with our new asset acquisition, we are redefining it. A Bocha oil center, liquid export capacity of 120,000 barrels per day. This facility integrates advanced technologies to maximize oil extraction and processing, reinforcing our leadership in the energy sector. Brass Terminal, a state-of-the-art terminal that serves as a central hub for crude oil export, highlighting Wando's global operational capabilities. OBOB Gas Plant, a state-of-the-art facility with a processing capacity of 1 billion standard cubic feet per day, showcasing our commitment to efficient energy production. Obanbiri Gas Plant, a vital link in our gas production chain. This plant plays a key role in processing and distributing clean energy, contributing to Nigeria's energy security. Kwale Okwai Independent Power Plant, with a combined capacity of 150 million standard cubic feet per day for gas processing and 450 milliwatt for power generation. This integrated facility underscores our focus on sustainability and contribution to Nigeria's power grid. These assets are more than just infrastructure. They are the foundation of our mission. Behind every success are the humans of Wando. Their passion and expertise ensures our work is not just about energy, but about empowering lives. Our commitment remains steadfast to lead Africa into a future of sustainable energy, to uplift the communities that have supported us, and to invest in the growth and well-being of our greatest asset, our people. Together, We are powering a brighter, sustainable future, one where innovation meets impact and where every individual has the chance to thrive. Wando PLC, energy to inspire.
Hey sir, could you help transfer 10,000 naira to 0294277184? All that account, please. Yes, one of our please.
For over 30 years, Wando PLC has been more than just an energy company. It began with a dream to provide energy that powers homes, fuels businesses, and drives development across Nigeria and Africa. From our early focus on downstream operations, where we redefined efficiency and accessibility in energy distribution, we are now evolving into a major force in the upstream sector. Today, Guando enters a transformative era. We are not just continuing our journey with a new asset acquisition, we are redefining it. A Bocha Oil Center with a liquid export capacity of 120,000 barrels per day. This facility integrates advanced technologies to maximize oil extraction and processing, reinforcing our leadership in the energy sector. Brass Terminal, a state-of-the-art terminal that serves as a central hub for crude oil export, highlighting Owendo's global operational capabilities. OBOB Gas Plant, a state-of-the-art facility with a processing capacity of 1 million standard cubic feet per day, showcasing our commitment to efficient energy production. Bindery Gas Plant, a vital link in our gas production chain. This plant plays a key role in processing and distributing clean energy, contributing to Nigeria's energy security. Kwale Opai Independent Power Plant, with a combined capacity of 150 million standard cubic feet per day for gas processing and 450 milliwatt for power generation. This integrated facility underscores our focus on sustainability and contribution to Nigeria's power grid. These assets are more than just infrastructure. They are the foundation of our mission. Behind every success are the humans of Wando. Their passion and expertise ensures our work is not just about energy, but about
Whether it's reaching for carbon neutrality or inspiring them, Access is living by its green credentials to ensure that Africa's future is sustainable and prosperous. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Hello, welcome to First Direct 2.0, the state-of-the-art corporate internet banking portal for First Bank that is completely refining the way corporate manage their cash and trade needs. Let me show you how to navigate our platform seamlessly. First Direct 2.0 is a fully integrated internet banking platform designed for corporate. It provides a single interface for all your transaction banking needs. Virtual account services. Easily create your virtual account, view transaction details, and download your virtual account. Direct debits. Create virtual accounts, single and bulk. Create mandates and automate debits. Get details to your transactions. Approve products and download product reports on direct debit. FCY payments. Initiate payments to foreign accounts, choosing the currency type you want with FCY payments. Pension. Initiate your pension remittance and get all the details of the payment schedules. Experience real-time visibility into your transactions, account activity, and status update. First Direct 2.0 ensures seamless integration with industry platforms and customer ERP for secure data exchange. Our platform prioritizes security with N-factor authentication and approval workflows aligned with your corporate mandates. This covers the endless possibility that make First Direct 2.0 first choice for all your corporate banking needs.
Hey sir, could you help transfer 10,000 naira to 0294277184 Wena Bank account, please? Yes, Wema Bank, please.
The solution on day. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Oh, a lot is the way. A lot again.
For over 30 years, Oando PLC has been more than just an energy company. It began with a dream to provide energy that powers homes, fuels businesses, and drives development across Nigeria and Africa. From our early focus on downstream operations, where we redefined efficiency and accessibility.
Distinguished guests, you're welcome back.
We are now evolving into
Welcome back.
force.
Ushers, please, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please move people to come back in. Let's have the QR code on the screen for those who were unable to scan it earlier.
With our new asset acquisition, we are
All right. Yeah, we've touched something. The QR code on the screen, please, for those who have not been able to scan the conference brochure. It will come up on the screen, so please scan it so you have the brochure on your device. For those who were unable to scan earlier.
Technologies to maximize oil extraction.
During the break, an earring was brought to me. Someone might be missing one ear of your earring. Please, if it is yours, come with your police report, proof of ownership, BVN, NIN, proof of purchase as well. Let's know what day, what time, and a photo of you wearing it. So that's, yeah, I mean, these are governance issues. It's a joke. I'll be over here. If it is you, either send someone or just indicate and we'll send it over to you. Thank you. It will look very nice on me. It's just that it's else I'd have helped you wear it. Distinguished guests, just before we go into the governance panel, all panelists are here. Moderator is here. But we'd like to hear from one of our partners who has ensured that today is a success. And I'm speaking about Wema Bank. The Executive Director, Olusegun Opeke, is very ably represented by the Chief Sustainability Officer, Dr. Adenike Agbola Fayemi. Please celebrate her, appreciate her, make her feel welcome with an applause as she makes her way to stage. Keep clapping until she gets here. Let the applause keep going, especially if you're from Wema. Make some noise even. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, it's good to be here, and I bring you greetings from the Wema family. My MD CEO, Maruf Hosseini, would have loved to be here, but he's unavoidably absent. So I'll just take this on his behalf. The chairman, FITC, members of board, distinguished regulators, and policymakers, captains of industry, development partners, sustainability leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a privilege to deliver this keynote goodwill message at the FITC Sustainability and Environmental, Social and Governance Conference 2026. Let me begin by commending FITC for convening this very important platform at a time when the conversation around sustainability in Africa is no longer optional. It is urgent, strategic, and indeed defining. We gather at this pivotal moment of our continent. For our continent, across Africa, we are navigating a complex intersection of challenges and opportunities. Climate change is no longer a distant risk. It is already shaping livelihoods, economies, infrastructure. At the same time, our population are growing, our markets are expanding, our innovation potential remains immense. But perhaps most importantly, expectations are changing. Investors are demanding transparency and accountability. Communities are demanding inclusion and impact. Regulators are strengthening oversight. And the next generation is asking institutions a simple question. What are you doing today to secure tomorrow? Sustainability can no longer be treated as a side conversation. It is no longer about reports, compliance, and well-worded commitments. It is about how we lead, how we invest, how we govern, and how we create value. For Africa, the pathway forward must be intentional. We cannot afford fragmented efforts or borrowed models that do not reflect our realities. We must build a sustainability approach that is practical, inclusive, and resilient. At the heart of this journey are three interconnected priorities. Environmental stewardship. We must build economies that are resilient to climate shocks while protecting the natural systems that sustain us. This means investing in clean and efficient energy, strengthening climate resilient infrastructure, promoting sustainable agriculture and resource use. Because ultimately, there is no long-term economic growth without environmental stability. A sustainable Africa must work for its people. Growth must translate into jobs and livelihoods, inclusion and equity, access to finance, education, and opportunities. Sustainability must not only improve balance sheets, it must improve lives. Governance is the foundation that makes everything else credible. Without governance, commitments lose meaning, data loses trust, and impact becomes difficult to measure. And impact becomes indeed very difficult to measure. Strong governance ensures that sustainability is not a slogan, but a system of accountability embedded in how institutions operate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the real challenge before us is not awareness, it is execution. The question is, how do we move from ambition to action? Allow me to suggest 4 priorities. Integrate sustainability into core strategy, not as an add-on, but a driver of business decisions. Mobilize capital towards sustainable outcomes through innovation in finance and investment. Strengthen data and transparency, because what gets measured is indeed what gets done. Build capacity and partnerships, because no institution can do this alone. Africa has a unique opportunity. We cannot start from a place of we are not starting from a place of saturation. We are building forward. This means we can leapfrog outdated systems, design inclusive growth models, and position sustainability as the source of competitive advantage. But this will require intentional leadership, and I'm glad we have all leaders in this room today. Leadership that is courageous in decision-making. Leadership that is disciplined in execution and accountable in outcomes. As we engage over the course of this conference, let us be guided by one principle. Sustainability must move from commitment to capability. Let us leave this platform with clear strategies, stronger collaborations, and a renewed sense of responsibility. Because the future we are discussing is not abstract. It will be shaped by decisions we make today. Africa's story is being written. We have the opportunity to shape a future that is prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Let us rise to the responsibility with clarity, courage, and conviction. I thank you all, and I wish you all a very impactful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. Now it's time for the next panel. And this panel is the panel on governance. And this also promises to be a very, very exciting panel. I'm going to start by introducing one member of this panel who is going to be joining us virtually. Governance is the topic. We have an amazing moderator and a great panel team. But the very first panelist I'm going to invite or to introduce is the current country managing partner for DLA Piper Africa. Her name is Mrs. Bola Tinubu. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mrs. Bola Tinubu, joining us virtually. And so she'll be on the screen here at some point. There she is. And I'm sure we'll have a live feed at some point. The next person who I will be introducing is a former president of the Chartered Institute of Directors and the current MD CEO of Kestria, Dr. EJ. That's what we know as Dr. EJ Jidema. Let's welcome Dr. EJ as she comes up on stage. Welcome, Ma. It's lovely to have you here. The next person I'm introducing is the country manager of Dalberg, and that's Chimdi Ondiegu. Let's welcome her as she comes up. There you go, Ma. Chimdi, welcome. It's lovely to have you. Also, the MD CEO of Agoke and Co. is here. That's Dr. Nosike Agoke. Let's welcome Dr. Nosike Agoke. Is he here? Please join us here, right there. Let's put our hands together. He's coming from the back of the hall. It's wonderful to have you. And last but certainly not the least is the able moderator of this panel, and that is none other than the MD CEO of EMSL, a very dear friend, Tinuade Awe. Let's welcome Tinuade as she comes up on stage. And this, once again, is the panel on governance. Welcome, Tinuade. Does everyone have a microphone? There should be a mic near every seat. Yeah, and we'll have our moderator in the middle. Yes, perfect. Oops, careful. I got it for you. Just have a seat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel to talk to us about governance and the effects of governance on shared prosperity, on sustainable value, and all the things around what governance does. We will start with our speaker, Mrs. Bola Tinubu of DLA Piper. She has a presentation that will be the segue into the panel. So, Mrs. Tinubu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tinu, and thanks to the FITC team and its advisory board. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a real privilege to open this session. Now, in my line of work, you learn to dread a certain kind of phone call, and it comes late, usually after you've retired for the night. And on the other end of the phone is a chairman or a CEO whose voice sounds different from normal. And that's because something has gone wrong. And I've taken a few of those calls over the years, advising boards, working some of these institutions through very tough days. And in dealing with this, I've learned something that took me a while to fully believe. And it's how well that institution survives has almost nothing to do with how clever its strategy is. And it has everything to do with something that was either built long before I got that phone call or was never built at all. And it has to do with governance. So I want to keep it simple this afternoon, just one idea that I'm going to talk about, and I'll build everything around it. So here it is. And it's that the scarcest asset in Africa today isn't capital, it isn't talent, it's trust. And governance is simply how we build trust, how we protect it, and how we grow it over time. And it is what turns those nighttime calls that I receive into calls that never have to be made. So let me start by putting an old idea to bed. And that governance is compliance, is paperwork, that's compliance tax that you pay to keep the regulators quiet. It isn't. Governance is really the operating system of a trusted institution. It's how power actually gets used inside a company and whether promises get kept when no one's watching. And let's think about this for a second, about what trust actually buys you. A company that people trust borrows money more cheaply because the lenders believe its numbers. It attracts better people because good talent, especially senior talent, they want to build something that will still be standing in 10 years' time, not something that may make the wrong kind of headlines in the next quarter. And then when something goes wrong, and of course in business, something always goes wrong eventually, a trusted institution gets the benefit of the doubt. People will cut it some slack, and that's because it's earned that reputation for telling the truth. And the funny thing about trust is that you won't find it in black and white on a balance sheet, but it is quietly there, setting the price of every single deal that you'll ever do. It's an asset in its own right, even though we can't see it. And it buys you something else, resilience. When you think about the decade that we've just lived through, we've had a pandemic, the Naira has been on a roller coaster, inflation, it's been one shock after the other. And the institutions that came through all of that, they didn't just get lucky, they were governed. And somewhere along the way, someone on the board insisted on a succession plan before the crisis, instead of scrambling for one in the middle of it. Someone asked the awkward questions a full year early, when it was very easy to just ignore it or wave it away. Now that's not paperwork, that is survival, and that's governance. And which brings me to the boardroom, because the job itself is changing. For a long time, we asked directors to do one thing well, mainly one thing. Watch the money, approve the budget, sign the accounts. And of course, that still matters, but it's no longer the whole job. The board's role has grown from oversight to stewardship, looking after long-term value in every single form, from the climate that the business depends on, to the people it employs, to the license it needs to operate. And here's what I want you to take away this afternoon. Sustainability can't live in a board committee that meets just twice or 3 times a year and prints a beautiful, glossy sustainability report at the end of the year. If climate risk can strand your asset, then it's an enterprise risk. If governance failure can cause your license, then it's an enterprise risk. And these belong on the main agenda. It belongs in the real conversation that the board has about the future of the business. And if you're leading an institution, here's the uncomfortable truth. Tone at the top is not just a slogan anymore. It's something that people can actually measure. They read it in what you reward, what you promote, and what you let slide. Because one day, the numbers and your values are going to pull in completely opposite directions. They always do. And in that moment, everyone is watching to see what you're going to choose, whether it's the numbers or whether it's your values. And that's the thing about culture. It's not all those fantastic posters that we hang in our office spaces. is what we do when no one is sure that we'll do the right thing. Now, let me say a word about our region, because the landscape is moving and it's moving in the right direction. Reporting is converging. The ISSB has given the world a common language for sustainability through IFRS S1 and S2. And Nigeria was, of course, one of the early movers to adopt it. Now, this matters because there's now a common language which lowers the cost of capital for us. An investor abroad can now measure a Nigerian company against a Danish company and against that global benchmark. And our rule books are also catching up. So here in Nigeria, our Code of Corporate Governance asks companies to apply and explain. The and is important. In other words, don't just tick a box. Tell us exactly what you did, what you actually did, and why. And when you look at other parts of Africa, SA, for example, the governance code there, King 4, does much of the same. So wherever you're looking in our continent, the bar is going up. Now, let me be honest with you, as somebody who spent a career in these rooms, a lot of our biggest companies are founder-led, and that's a double-edged thing. The founder's genius is what built the business, but his or her grip on it is actually what will threaten it. And I remember sitting with the board once, and the founder was brilliant, truly. He had built the whole business from nothing. But every major contract somehow was routed to another company that he owned. There was no real related party register because in his own mind, there were no related parties. It was just all him. And the business was incredibly successful. But the governance was literally one heartbeat away from a cliff. And our job wasn't to clip his wings. It was to build those guardrails that would let the company outlive its founder. And that's the reality across our continent. We have all these related party dealings that need real scrutiny. We have a governance talent pool that's still too thin. So the same trusted names are the ones ending up sitting on too many boards. And so our job isn't just to simply import governance wholesale from anywhere else in the world, is to take the best of what works and adapt it to our own realities. So what does any of this look like in practice? I'll give you 3 quick commitments that we can all make. So first, let's make accountability specific. So having clear mandates, so everyone knows who owns what. Independent audit and risk committees that have the authority to act and real consequences, including the top. Because accountability that stops short of senior leadership really is not accountability at all. Secondly, let's make transparency a habit, not a performance. Anyone can be open when you have a great quarter. And the real test is not what you do when the news is bad. Do you say it's early? Do you sit on it? Do you hope? And here's what I've seen. The market will forgive a company that owns up to a small problem, but it never quite trusts that one that gets caught hiding it. So tell on yourself first, report yourself. And then third, let's make ethics something that we can actually use. A code of conduct that is sitting in a drawer just changes nothing. It might as well not exist. But a code that people are trained on regularly, that gets tested when it's inconvenient, where doing the right things will get you noticed. And if you do cut the corners, you will get fired. That is what will actually change things. And here's why this really pays off. Capital follows governance. I've sat on the institution side of the table when the investor does its due diligence, and I'll tell you what they look at first. It's not just the pitch. They look at the board, they look at the controls, they look at the audit. Governance is that gate, it's the gateway. So get it right and the money comes in at a sensible price. Get it wrong and either it will never come or it comes so expensively that it's not worth having. So let me close where I started, which is that the scarcest asset in Africa is trust and governance is how we built it. And let me leave you each with something. So to the boards in the room, Please stop treating governance and sustainability as two separate conversations. Put them on the same page in the same meeting. And to the executives, think of integrity not as the thing that slows you down, but as the things that set you apart. To the regulators, keep pushing us, raise the bar, and make sure that it has teeth. And to the investors and partners here with us, reward the ones who get it right and help to build the ones who are trying. Now, none of us builds a trusted institution alone, and none of us builds a prosperous Africa alone. But if we get the governance right, patiently, honestly, together, the growth and the shared prosperity will follow. And that's the Africa that we're here to build. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Tinubu. You have given us a lot of food for thought even before we start the panel. You've reminded us that governance is not simply about rules, structure, or compliance. It's about building that I hope will go beyond this room, which is that trust is an asset. And it's actually one of the most valuable assets that a company can have. I think the 3 pointers that you also gave to us around accountability, transparency as a habit, as well as engaging with the codes, engaging with the policies and codes of conduct. I think one of the things that we'll be exploring in this panel is a lot of us are agreed on governance, and I guess that's why many of us are here, and that's why many of us have come back after tea. But how do you embed governance in an organization? How do you get those results that Mrs. Tinubu has spoken about? And I think where better to start than to start with Dr. Jidemma, who is sitting to my extreme left, and who is a former president of the institute, the Chartered Institute of Directors. And so, of course, the individuals she knows a lot about them. So, Dr. Jidemma, as a distinguished past president of the As a distinguished past president of the Chartered Institute of Directors and a board director across banking, fintech, and trade sectors, you've observed governance from multiple vantage points. What truly separates institutions that treat governance as a lived discipline from those that merely comply with codes on paper? And why does that distinction matter more than ever for Africa's growth story?
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, moderator, chair, and MD. Yes, the keynote speaker has anchored a discussion on trust. And I think she's right, because it's generally said that the things that are most important are the things that you cannot even count. Sometimes in the consulting space, you see that people emphasize things like structure, things like systems, and so on. Yes, these things are very important, but you see that at the end of the day, what really matters are the intangibles, like the talent, the people themselves, the core values, and that is the way you do things, shared values, and that culture in that environment. I've had the privilege of sitting on some boards that have really upheld some of these things I'm talking about. The structures are important. The systems are important because they're important in building institutions. But at the core of it, if you do not pay enough attention to talent, you are outside of it all. So institutions should pay attention when they hire or when they appoint board members. You make sure that the people you are appointing are people who are in alignment with your core values. And when you talk of core values, like people generally mention integrity, for instance, or character, you see that it's at the center of everything. They say it's like whether someone is there or not, you can be sure the boundaries that that person cannot cross, no matter what. That's what character is all about. So if you have such people, you can be sure about the quality of things they will deliver. And I've experienced it in concrete terms. I've been on a board that we saw one of the executives on the board, a director, crossing, the boundaries in terms of his conduct, his behavior, and so on. And the board did not hesitate to ask him to resign, to step aside, because reputation is very key. If you do not, reputational management, if you do not do that, then you see that nothing works. So that's what it is. In some boards, so it's not just about having the charter. You have the charter, you have the committees well set out, but you must have the people. And then the ways of doing things are things that people have imbibed, that this is the standard that they can never miss. So this is very, very critical in organizations. And so it's very crucial that we pay attention to those in the course of our governance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judema. I think what I take from what you've said, one key takeaway for me is talent. And so one of the things that we have to do is to look at the way that we bring people onto boards. Are we truly bringing people on to boards through very an auditable process that has integrity, or are we still wink, wink, you look like you can be a part of the club? And, I need to do diversity, so I know a woman that I think is malleable and I want to bring her on. So I think talent, very, very critical, as Dr. Judema has said. I think there are a lot of companies that believe that they're doing governance well. And so I will now go to Ms. Onwudiegu. Because institutional investors will often say governance is a precondition for capital. And in the popular speak, we're always told you need to have your sustainability story, you need to have your sustainability strategy, you need to be working it, you need to be working your governance. Yet, I also know of many companies that genuinely have strong boards, have long-term strong active. What's the missing link between actually getting your governance right, having accountability, having the talent, having the values, as Dr. Judema and the lead speaker have told us, and actually getting that result where you are attractive as an investment destination? What's that missing link, and how do you fill that gap?
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. I think the thing about the question is also just the realization that governance can be a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition to actually attracting capital, right? So it's something that you need to remember. And there are several things that could happen. I think one, you can say you have a strong governance structure, you can show it to people, but it's a similar case from the financial perspective, right? You can be doing your management reports and have your management account, but typically you need to indicate to people that this is not something that I'm just doing right. And you do that by having a financial audit. You get auditors, and that's the indication to external people that this is correct, right? And similar thing for governance. There are actually independent third parties that can help to verify, do the assurance process, audit your governance, because then it can indicate to investors that this is not just something that I'm saying, and this is not just something that is a chart. This is something that has been verified and has been looked through, right? So how are you the issue about creating verifiable and third-party assured instances are very, very critical. I think another thing is, how are you thinking about comparability, right? Because especially if you look within our climate, within Africa, some of the issues which is not great is perception, right? And so you have different governance frameworks globally, like the MCSI governance framework, but unfortunately you don't have a lot of African companies that are covered by those kind of frameworks, right? Even publicly listed companies. And so the same way you have like the Fitch ratings, the Moody ratings, you don't have us participating in that. So there is no way they can say how you compare to other companies. And I think the thought problem that can arise where you're saying, oh, you have a strong governance, but you're not able to attract capital, is also the context, the country, the sovereign risk. No matter what you do, you still can't ignore the fact that you are operating within a context, right? And so if you have a situation where there are policy unpredictability, I think it was mentioned in the first panel, and we see this a lot. So just last year, this year, a lot of the cassava derivative manufacturers, a lot of the grain producers, they had issues and they had a glut, given that policies changed, right? And so the investments they had made radically changed just because a lot of those policies changed in terms of import of some particular goods. And so if you're making those kind of investments and your potential investors are saying you can lose money easily in 1 year just because of policy unpredictability, then they also need to price that, and they won't give you capital even if you have strong governance. And so when you think about it from that perspective, I think this leads to like what the African government itself, what we can do as government to actually address this. First, of course, is policy predictability. There has to be policy predictability. And this is also like, how are they creating incentives for easy entry and exit of capital? I think another thing linked to one of the first points I made on verification is how you're creating that independent assurance system. The same thing has been done in the financial audit space. How are you doing the same thing in governance space? And then the final thing, and I like what she said about, ensuring that rules have teeth. I think another issue is the difference between rules and enforcement, right? A lot of times we actually have really good rules in Nigeria. I think, a lot of the things we have on paper actually, well, not a lot of things, but quite a number of things we have on paper are, really solid, but enforcement is a big issue. And so if investors know that there is a rule, and yes, you go by the rule, but it's very possible if an issue arises tomorrow, it's not going to be enforced, then I have no fallback, and then I need to price that premium into what I'm doing. So there needs to be a tiny gap or no gap between rules and enforcement so that investors feel confident in the system and are able to invest.
I almost feel, Ms. Odiegu, that you are basically saying that a company has to do an inside out, what's within my control, and gets it completely right on what is within its control, the talent, the policies, the verifiability of its claims and all of that. And then there's a within the government's control, which all of us should work with the government to get. And then there's that part about the internationals, things like the indices that rate you and the comparability. And you have some access, some ability to moderate that. You have some impact on it, but not complete impact. And I guess this is what as you were speaking, what came to me was the importance of us not giving up on the country and working together to ensure that things are right. Because if you are here and you are doing business here, what affects the country affects you. Thank you very much for that brilliant perspective. I'm going to go back to Mrs. Tinubu before I go to the only gentleman on our panel. And Ms. Tinubu, because you're a lawyer I want to delve into a bit what you're seeing from your practice, which you have so graciously shared a bit with us. Are you seeing ESG and governance due diligence results leading to changes in the terms, the pricing or structure of transactions, and financing in African markets? Or is it still largely a documentation exercise? And how would you advise companies to prepare for the trends that you're seeing, especially given what Ms. Onwudiegu had spoken about with respect to the parts that I called what you is not entirely within your control as a company? Thank you.
Thanks. So my honest answer to the first question is that we're still seeing both, but the balance has shifted quite decisively. So 5 years ago, ESG, the transaction, too often was just a schedule at the back of, at the back of a report that everyone signed and no one priced. And today, in the deals that we're seeing, it's moving the substance. Now, let me break it down. On the financing side, we now routinely see sustainability-linked loans, where the margin, that's the actual interest rate that the borrower pays, moves up or down, depending on whether the company hits its agreed sustainability targets. Now, when you read that plainly, it means that the cost of your money is now tied to your sustainability conduct. Now, that's not just a documentation exercise, that is price. Now, on the deal side, ESG due diligence has become a condition precedent. So it's not just a simple courtesy. And these due diligence findings, they translate into specific outcomes in the form of indemnities, price adjustments, escrows, and sometimes a buyer will simply walk away. And where the DFIs are involved, environmental and social action plans, which are binding, they have been the condition for their checks for years. And in that sector of the market, ESG has moved the substance of the deals for over a decade. Now, let me be candid. At the smaller, purely domestic end of the market, it can still be a tick box exercise. The gap in Africa today is between the deals that touch international capital, where ESG is thoroughly priced, and the deals that do not touch international capital, where it's still catching up. But the direction of travel is one way. There is no going back. So how should a company prepare? I would frame it as a deliberate governance journey built on 4 steps. So first, we embed sustainability governance at the outset. So you treat your ESG review not just as a pre-closing formality for a transaction, but as a core value driver. And you're assessing it with the same rigor and with the same board level attention as your financial due diligence. And then second, we have to move away from just disclosure. Disclosure is great, is a great first step, but to remediation. You identify the ESG gaps that you have, and then you act on them through a time-bound action plan with clear ownership and board oversight. It has to be time-bound. It has to be an action plan, not just a plan of hopes and dreams. People have to own their specific obligations under it, and you have to have that board oversight. And then thirdly, you have to establish your data and reporting framework. It has to be credible. And you have to put in the systems, the controls, the assurances in order for you to measure and verify your ESG performance. And then lastly, we have to remember that we must position governance as our competitive advantage. Where an organization has invested in strong governance, it should be recognized and it should be reflected in the terms that it negotiates, so that if you're a well-governed institution, you earn access to capital on better terms, and that advantage should be claimed and never left on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I really like the way that you've set it out. And I think it ties in very well with what Ms. Onwudiegu was saying around what I classify as the things that are within your control. So you should never be found wanting on those things that are within your control. And I think Mrs. Tinubu has given us a roadmap to how you get to your roadmap, which I think people should take a takeaway. So it's clear that we have sustainability risk, as we've seen from the discussion so far. And I'll move to Dr. Agoke in your role as a governance professional. We've seen digital transformation, AI, and rapidly evolving regulations. They're reshaping governance expectations around the world. And I think Mrs. Tinubu's point about the kinds of loans that people are seeing, maybe not so much domestically, but certainly the sustainability-linked loans very actively. What emerging governance risks should African organizations be preparing for now? And how can they build systems that are both agile and accountable?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, moderator. Good afternoon, co-panelists. One of the good things that have happened to corporate governance is the incorporation of risk management. Because if you run the best governance system without integrating it with a good risk management system, you are nowhere. It means that that organization that you've run very well can disappear overnight. Mm-hmm. So it's important that we recognize that risk management is critical, particularly at this time that we're looking at ESG, we're looking at AI governance, and that every company, particularly directors, must pay good attention to the process of managing risk. And that process includes identifying it, analyzing it, and then mitigating it. But unfortunately, and I need to make this point, many board members do not pay good attention to risk management. Some even think that the accountants on the board should deal with it. But every member of the board should be interested in how risk is identified, the kind of risks that exist in our business, and how we manage them. Because a typical board should have a risk appetite statement. If you don't know the risk appetite of the entity, there are certain decisions of the board or the company that you can't participate in conveniently. So risk is key. What could go wrong with our business? In this case, with AI, with sustainability. And some of the risks that exist here in Africa, including Nigeria, is ungoverned AI and sustainability management systems. Ungoverned in the sense that very many companies do not have frameworks, governance frameworks for AI, and they do not have governance frameworks for sustainability and ESG. So they just talk about sustainability, talk about AI systems, and they think they can run. If you go to Europe, the EU AI Act has quite a lot that has introduced a lot of liability areas for directors and officers of companies. So those risks include the fact that issues can come from lack of a governance framework for sustainability, for AI. Can also come from some of the things that are not within our control, macroeconomic volatility. Quite a lot of things that happen within the macro environment can also impact. And then now that we're having mandatory ESG and sustainability, the Financial Reporting Council at this time has a voluntary, period. The SEC-DG also talked about the fact from next year, 2027, to become mandatory. But one of the risks that companies, particularly boards, will begin to pay attention to now are the risks that will come from mandatory ESG, AI, sustainability. Greenwashing, for instance, is this time that it's voluntary that we should begin to learn how to do sustainability reporting. This is a time where we'll do it and then know the areas, how we can communicate effectively and not engage in greenwashing. But most of the time, greenwashing, issues that come out of greenwashing are issues that you did not intend to bring up. And then manpower is also a major issue. All right, if a typical board, and when I have governance interactions with boards, one of the questions that I ask is, how many times in the year do you have ESG and AI governance on your agenda. And if you look back, you'll find that most of the boards do not. They hear about AI, they hear about ESG, and they tell you we're doing it. Which of your board committees has a responsibility for AI and ESG? Say, oh, I think it's governance, I think it's audit, I think it's that. So these risks, manpower, the risks that will come from mandatory regimes, microeconomic volatility, ungoverned sustainability and AI systems, and then fragmented regulation. You know, is also a major issue that is a big risk area. How can we now make these organizations in Africa agile and be able to deal with issues? Have a very good board. I particularly for family business, I say to them, don't put your friends and relations on the board if they don't know what to do. All right? That's not a way to help them or assist them. Get those that can do the job. When you make money, then you can give money to your friends and your relations. So have a good board composition, have a matrix that tells you the requirements, and everybody who should join your board must meet those requirements. And then we run away. I mean, there's a retired senior military officer who is on a board. I serve on the board with him. And at every meeting he says, I didn't receive my board papers. Why? Because they didn't send the hard copies to him. So let's try and digitize the process. Let's all learn. And for instance, dashboards. Every board member, every company should have that interactive dashboards, right? It will make us more agile, and it will make us to do the right thing. And then proactive risk management is also key. And then let's set up governance mechanisms of control. This will also help us to minimize some of these risks and then make us more agile. It's possible. We can make it. Some companies are achieving this. We have a long way to go, but we can get there very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aduke. I'm sure that the people here appreciate all the practical insights that you've brought in from your experience being a trusted governance advisor. I'm looking at the time, and I have another round of questions, but I'm also conscious that there might be people in the audience who want to ask questions. And so I want to find out whether there's anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question. We have a distinguished panel here. I think they've given us a lot of food for thought. Are there any questions from the audience? No? All right. I see that as a no. Okay. So I want to do a round robin question to all the panelists. And this is the question. If you could persuade every CEO, board chair, and policy maker in Africa to make just one governance change tomorrow, one that would do the most to strengthen trust, sustainable growth, and shared prosperity, what would it be and why? I'm going to start from Ms. Onwe-Diego. Yes.
I think, okay. I think one thing I would definitely say, given you said one thing, is independence. And that's because I feel like there are many components to governance, right? To amplify governance, but independence is the core signal. And let me explain what I mean by independence. So independence is, my fellow panelist was talking about, you know, the founder syndrome. And so independence is when, even when Apple was founded by Steve Jobs, they were able to say, at this point in time, you're not the right person for Apple and you need to step down. And if you, that in itself might not have been the best at that point, but in itself, it's a signal to other investors that governance is working, and that's the only reason that decision could have been made. And so if you don't have independence, you're not able to build trust. Trust is built from the board being independent. If not, it only becomes an organizational chart and actually not a governing board. And once you're able to do that, another thing about an independence board, just because you mentioned sustainable growth, is they're also able to think through long-term decisions, not just short-term decisions. And that's what actually leads to sustainable growth, which gives you shared prosperity over time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the same question to Dr. Jidemma if there's one change that you could mention to the policymakers, I think Ms. Diego has talked about independence and given us the reasons why independence is so important. What's your one change, and equally give us the reasons why it's so important?
Okay, my take to policymakers is to see their board appointment as stewardship. Stewardship in the sense that you are there to serve, and you have to put all that you have to the best of your ability to make things work. Even as we talk about sustainability, sustainability has always been there, because at the board level, you're supposed to think long term. You are supposed to be far-sighted. That's where there's two-tier leadership. You have management, you have the board. Otherwise, the board will be redundant. The board looks at the far end of things that might not be expedient for here and now, but at the end of the day, we yield dividends to various stakeholders. So stewardship is very important, that commitment to do that which is the best for the institution. At the time you are doing that, you may not be popular. There have been certain conditions. I will give an example, not from my own. I've actually experienced it. Sometimes I've made some points outside the populist disposition. And at the end of the day, maybe a year after, that holds. Let me give an example of something that is in the public arena. A colleague of mine at the board of First Bank, when we had the Women Directors program the other day, His Excellency Governor Fashola made this remark that why about the success of the free trade zone, that is because every other person thought that the offerings Dangote was making was not fair enough, but somebody stood her ground, which was Mrs. Shola Oworu, and she said, look, the way to look at it is this: if you get Dangote on board to build such a huge refinery, every other thing will fall in shape. So even if he doesn't pay much, or even if he doesn't pay anything, at that point, the thinking shifted. And that is why we have the success story today. So if you're on the board and you are convinced about anything, stand your ground. Others may be pulling at the other side. They may not be seeing what you are seeing. So stewardship is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jidema. To which I will add that have women on your board as well is one of the lessons from what Dr. Jidema said. And I can hear Dr. Aguke agreeing with me. In case you didn't hear him, he said yes. He agreed with me. So, Dr. Aguke, I would go to you. What's that one thing, and can you also give us the reasons and how the benefit that we get from that one thing?
All right, thank you very much. What I would ask a board chair or a CEO of a company to institute is as a key governance strategy is because we're talking about ESG and sustainability, right? And in the course of my governance assignments, a couple of projects, I have realized that the major problem, even those board members, some of them don't pay attention to ESG and sustainability, lip service. But the central problem are the executives. The executives, many of them pretend that they're driving ESG and sustainability. So what I would recommend is to institute an independent, verifiable ESG and sustainability performance metrics that will be linked to executive compensation. So let them see that these are the metrics. If we meet these metrics, this is how much we're going to earn in addition to the basic salary. I can assure you, if we do this, they will all be interested. They will drive ESG and sustainability. And what else will it bring? Growth. It will also open up the opportunities to attract capital, because the ESG pillars of environmental, social, and governance will be well implemented. That's where the problem lies. Sometimes the ESG factors of E, S, and G People pay attention to E and pay attention to G, they ignore the S. And that's where the central problem is. So if we institute this framework and get executives to run them, and that they get it right with the performance metrics, they will get good compensation and other incentives will get it right.
You know, Dr. Agoke, as you were speaking, I remembered when Ezinwanne Noruka was giving the address on behalf of Dr. Oluwo this morning, and she was saying that Africa doesn't have to do its own sustainability the way everybody does it. And you touched on something that's very dear to me, which is this E is important, but the S is extremely important in our environment as well. And it's also achievable, like we can touch it. You don't need loads of understanding of what greenhouse gases are and all of that. I'm not saying, and I want to make clear that those things are not important, but I totally agree with you on that S part. And I think to the point you are making about executive compensation in IFRS S2, there's actually a requirement around disclosing climate targets and the links to executive compensation. So you are going harder than IFRS S2. You're saying not just climate change, but okay, executives, take note. I guess the executives who have Dr. Agoke on their board or as a board advisor, you already know the way that he's thinking. So I'll go back to where we started, and that's with Mrs. Tinubu, to ask her, what is that one thing? And Mrs. Tinubu, you've given us, as has everybody else on the panel, real pearls of wisdom today. But what's that one thing you want to leave with us, that if you were in a room and you could force a policy advisor, a policy maker, a board member, a CEO, somebody with decision-making authority to do, what would it be that will move the governance and sustainability needle, and why?
For me, one change, and my suggestion is very closely aligned to Dr. Chidema's, I'm sorry for butchering your name, plea for directors to stand their ground. And it would be to put truly independent voices in every boardroom, and then actually listen to that voice. So we're not talking about putting a friend of the chairman on the board or any familiar name. We need directors with independence to ask those very awkward questions. But also, we also need the security for those directors to keep asking those questions when it's unwelcome. Because every failure that I've seen, it didn't happen for a lack of rules. The rules are there. But it happened because no one in the room felt free to say, hold on a minute, wait, are we sure? Now, if you change that, you will change everything downstream. So you'll have better decisions, you'll have honest disclosure, you'll have real accountability. Because trust isn't built by adding another policy, it's built the moment a director's ability to be that dissenting voice becomes safe. That's the change I would advocate for.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tinubu. So my panel has just been fantastic. There's so many nuggets. Even if I say so myself, I'm doing my own evaluation of the panel myself. Loads of nuggets and takeaways. I just want to remind you of some of them. We really need to put independent voices in the room, in boardrooms. And I think there's a whole nother panel somewhere in the future that should actually answer the question, what is it about independent voices that people are afraid of? If there be all these, because it's a big issue, this issue of independence. We need to have stewardship, people who have a mind of stewardship. So it's not for now, it's not for that Harvard training, you know, and all the perks of directorship, but that you have a jewel in the company. And really what sustainability is about, when you go back to the Brundtland report, you're holding it for generations to come, but not just anyhow, with value, with shared benefit. And then we need to be able to independently verify all of these things. And there have been loads of conversation on the panel as to why that independent verification is necessary. We say we need capital in Africa. There are things that, you know, as I said before, the ones within your control, the ones outside your control, but within the control of your government, and then the ones that are kind of a bit overlaying of both of them. And so let's get what is within our control correct, so that at least on that, when the providers of capital are looking at us, they do not find us wanting. And it's not just what we say, but that it's verifiable. I wanted to bring this panel in before by 55 minutes, and I see that we've been successful in doing that. Congratulations to my panel members. Thank you very much for listening to us. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed. Resounding applause. We'll rise for a group photograph whilst we bring in our managing director, FITC, to join the photo. Please, if you can put Mrs. Tinubu's photo on the screen so she joins the photo somehow, we would be very grateful to have that. If you enjoyed the session, you took points away, please once again appreciate them for their intervention, honesty, and clarity of thought. Thank you very much. Is Mrs. Tinubu still online? Oh yes, she's there. How are we going to get her into the photo? Okay. Okay. The photographer is letting us know how to stand so that we get her in. No, please blow it up, blow up her, put it the way it was before. We've created space for her. Yes, spotlight. Yes, ma'am. So we're here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Mrs. Tinubu, please smile. They're all pointing to you right now. You can look at the camera. Thank you for joining us virtually. Thank you for your insights. And then we'll do a close-up now on stage. Thank you. Mrs. Tinubu, we wish you a wonderful afternoon, a great rest of the day. Thank you for being present with us. To all our participants online, we celebrate you. We appreciate you for staying through. And we know you are indeed enjoying the sessions. Thank you. Please appreciate each and every one of them as they return to their seats. Madam Sinuade Aware, the session moderator, Dr. EJ Jidemma, Madam Chimdi Onwudiegu, and Dr. Nosike Agoke. Thank you. Before we bring up the next session, which is the environment panel, we have a goodwill message. We have a goodwill message from one of our partners, and we are so delighted that they would be part of this today. From Quest Merchant Bank, please join me welcome the Head Strategy and Transformation, Funke Shobanjo, who is representing the Managing Director, Mr. Afolabi Olorode. Please receive her with an applause. She's here. Celebrate. If your hands are not yet so tired, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dr. Chizo, distinguished regulators, development partners, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the acting MD and CEO of Quest Merchant Bank, Mr. Afolabi Olorode, who sends his warm regards and sincere apologies for not being able to join you today, I would like to thank FITC for the opportunity to convey his goodwill and best wishes for a successful conference. I also congratulate FITC for once again convening a timely and important conversation around a subject that is increasingly shaping the future of our institutions, our economies, and our continent. Having listened to some of the earlier conversations, I've been encouraged. by the consistent emphasis on moving beyond aspiration to implementation. And there's also been a shared recognition that strong governance remains the foundation upon which meaningful environmental stewardship and social impact must be built. That is both timely and important. The theme of today's conference, Building a Sustainable Africa, Integrating Environmental Stewardship, Social Impact, and Strong Governance for a Prosperous Future, reminds each one of us that sustainability is no longer a parallel conversation. It is increasingly influencing investment decisions, as we've just heard, business resilience, capital allocation, governance expectations, and of course, long-term competitiveness. For financial institutions, this presents both a responsibility and an opportunity. Our role extends way beyond providing capital. We help mobilize investment, we structure transactions, we support enterprise, we advise clients through periods of change. Increasingly, we also have a responsibility to ensure that the capital we deploy contributes to resilient businesses, stronger institutions, and sustainable economic growth. One of the strongest themes remains the importance of collaboration. Whether we're regulators, financial institutions, corporates, development partners, or professional advisors, our collective impact will depend on how effectively we all work together. No single institution can deliver Africa's sustainability program alone. It will require partnerships built on trust, shared purpose, and disciplined execution. That is why platforms such as this are extremely important. They provide an opportunity not only for us to exchange ideas, but also to strengthen the relationships that ultimately translate ambition into meaningful outcomes. As we continue our deliberations this afternoon, I hope we remain focused, not only on the challenges before us, but also on the practical actions each of us can take to build institutions that are trusted, resilient, and fit for the future. On behalf of Quest Merchant Bank and our Managing Director, Mr. Folabi Olorode, I congratulate FITC once again for convening this important dialogue and thank every organization represented here for its continued commitment to advancing sustainable development across Africa. As we leave here today, the true measure of success will not be the quality of the conversations. It will actually be the quality of the decisions they influence, the partnerships they strengthen, and the actions they inspire. Thank you very much.
Quest Merchant Bank, we thank you for your partnership. We thank you for your support. We thank you so much. Our next panel discusses environment and how it leads to sustainability. Join me, welcome the moderator for the session, Executive Director Owando Ayotola Jagun, who is also my madam at the top today. Please receive her with an applause as she makes her way to stage. Joining us virtually, Chair in Sustainable Finance and Governance, School of Transition Governance, Professor Kenneth Amechi. If you can find him to spotlight on the screen, we'll be very glad to see him. Professor Ameshi, welcome and good afternoon. I have here the Director General and Chief Executive Officer, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mrs. Chinyere Almona. Please receive her as she makes her way to stage. Welcome, ma'am. The Special Advisor on Climate Change and Circular Economy, Lagos State, Mrs. Titi Oshodi, is also here. Welcome. Director Sustainability at IHS Towers and my teacher, Titi Lope Oguntuga. Please receive her with an applause as she makes her way here. And the Head Sustainable Banking, Fidelity Bank, Tona Ezema. Please receive with an applause as she makes her way to stage as well. Have we been able to find Professor Kenneth Ameshi? He's online, but we need to see his face. Yes, from the console, we want to be sure that we've seen him and he can say good afternoon to each and every one of us with a smile. Madam Moderator, over to you, ma'am. But just before I do, please, for all of us, the microphone is one tap at the bottom of the microphone, one tap to turn on. Please, if you could just turn it on right now, if you don't mind, and test it for everyone on stage. Please pick your microphones and just do the one tap and test it so that we're sure all the mics are working. Where you see the power, yes, you can just tap it or. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and it's really great to have to welcome you to this part of today's conference, which is the session on environmental. We're looking at building a sustainable Africa and how to leverage environmental stewardship. You know, stewardship is a word that I've found to be a better word for legacy. We've all been entrusted with various gifts, various talents. You know, there's a scripture I love that says, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." And meekness is really power under control. So we have a lot of power. We have our skills, we have our talents, we have authority in the different spheres of influence where we operate. And we have power over not just our homes, we have power over our environment and how we steward our environment. And the way we steward our environment is going to be the way we inherit it. So speaking to the floods and everything that's happening around us, it's as simple as how we dispose of our litter. And how we dispose of our litter is the way also we will inherit the earth, right? But before we go on into the details of the session, I would like to hand over to Dr. Chinyere to provide, who's our lead speaker, to give her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel really bad to be between you and lunch. This is a terrible place to be. Like, you're probably just looking at us and saying, please hurry up, let us go and eat. Okay, so it's really great to be here today, and I really commend FITC for this conference because it's speaking to the things that are really important for us. Wherever you sit, you know, whatever you are doing, you are part of the planet, you're part of the earth. And so whatever we discuss today affects you. So I really do commend them. I also like the theme, building a sustainable Africa. We have to think, how do we ensure that Africa remains sustainable and that we can leverage environmental stewardship for business resilience, sustainable growth, and long-term prosperity. I'm sure we all need that. Okay, who is changing the slides? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Where do I point it to? Okay. Okay, thank you. So I have heard that the world has changed, but perhaps I should rephrase that and say the world is changing, because the change is happening quickly, it's happening consistently, And it's not asking permission, it's just happening, it's changing. And the global business environment is undergoing a fundamental transformation. Climate change is no longer a distant environmental concern that, oh, someday it will happen. When we are younger, we used to think climate change, how can that affect us? But now we see that it's something that is with us today. Climate change is also actively reshaping supply chains, asset valuations, and market dynamics today. Here we see physical risk. So in the last 1 week or so, we've experienced flood in Lagos. We have all been affected. Businesses have been halted. I think the only people who are maybe happy is the mechanics that will have to fix all of these cars. Other than that, everybody is suffering and struggling. So we see frequent flooding and prolonged drought in certain places, rising temperatures. I heard that in Europe, people are dying because of the heat wave. So it is real, it is tangible with us today. Disrupted agriculture, biodiversity loss, all of those are physical risks, and we're experiencing it. We also then think about the economic risk, energy insecurity, supply chains. All of these are the problems that we face. So the world is changing, and environmental risk is equal to financial risk. When we listened to the last panel, they talked about the fact that if you don't govern properly and you don't think about sustainability in your governance, you may not be able to either get or have access to affordable finance. So it is a financial risk in so many ways, and we'll get to that. Climate risk is also boardroom risk. So the board members need to be up to date on what is happening. And of course, that flows into economic capital. So there are these 5 trends, I believe, reshaping. There are probably more, but these are the 5 key trends I see reshaping the business ecosystem. Carbon pricing and border adjustment and mandatory climate disclosures are tightening across major trading blocks. So you may think, oh, Africa, we can trade amongst ourselves, but we are part of a larger trading ecosystem. We're part of value chains across the world. So the standards that are being set will affect us. And then you have over 35 trillion in assets that are now managed under ESG frameworks globally. Capital is flowing towards sustainable, transparent, and well-governed businesses. That's for sure. Disruption from climate events and geopolitical risk are forcing multinationals to build more resilient supply chains, and it's affecting the way they do business, it's affecting the efficiency of their business, it's affecting everything. Also, the global shift away from fossil fuel is accelerating. So renewable energy costs may have dropped briefly, but it's also creating a historic opportunity for African energy leapfrogging. Biodiversity loss is emerging as a systemic economic risk, and businesses are being held accountable for their impact on the ecosystem. The stakeholders are more vocal now, so social media has helped everybody. If you do what we don't like, we put on social media, everybody gets to see it very quickly. So these are the things that are putting pressure on businesses. So we have this paradox, right, that Africa contributes less than 4% of global green gas emission, yet we bear some of the most severe climate impact. It's almost like it's not fair that we contribute so little to it, and those who are contributing so much to it, somehow either maybe they have the right infrastructure or they have the right systems, they're not suffering as much as we are suffering back home here. And so this paradox is perhaps the greatest problem, but it also presents an opportunity. So you have here 60% of the world uncultivated arable land. That's assets. That's asset that we can intentionally use. Abundant renewable energy, critical mineral, youngest population. These are assets that we can deploy if we think about it properly. So yes, you have the downsides, but also we can look at it, positively. That there's an opportunity for the upside, but we have to be intentional as business leaders to be able to take advantage of that upside. The business case for sustainability, I think we've made the case even with everybody who's spoken earlier about the fact that it contributes to lowering your operational cost. So there's savings there, energy efficiency, waste reduction. I think Nestle told us that they don't have any waste anymore. So even their waste, they can monetize. So that's something good to happen when you think sustainability. You're also able to optimize cost savings across your entire operation. But also better access to finance, ESG aligned businesses attract preferential green financing, blended capital, and low cost international investment. So before deploying capital, investors are beginning to ask questions about how you're thinking about sustainability. Are you resilient? Will you be here for the next 10 years? Do you understand the transition and all of those things? And I mean, the last panel talked about a lot about trust. So if you have, that's a key business case for sustainability, that it helps brand reputation. So stakeholders can trust you, stakeholders across the patch, be it your employers, be it the regulators, the community where you operate, stakeholders can trust you. And if stakeholders trust you, it's less headache, I can assure you. And then you think about the long-term, the value, long-term competitiveness, that businesses that plan for a low carbon future are better positioned to thrive in evolving regulatory and market environment. And overall, it boosts productivity when we do things better. So that's a strong business case. So in terms of environmental stewardship, a working definition I have here is that it's managing natural resources responsibly to create enduring economic, social, and environmental value for current and future generation. That's so important for current and future generation. So we need to start asking the harder question: how efficiently do we use water and energy? How efficiently? Can we reduce emission while increasing profitability? Is it possible? Can we create value from waste, like Nestle just explained to us, and produce more with fewer resources? Can we future-proof our business? And these are just 5 strategic shifts, and a lot of people who spoke earlier, they have spoken to this. They were moving from compliance to strategy. It's not just, oh, let's tick the boxes. If we tick the boxes, we are okay. No, if you tick the boxes, you're no more okay. You've got to be more strategic. You have to embed sustainability. They also talked about the risk. So yes, there are risks, but also there are opportunities if we're intentional about assessing the risk and then thinking about the upside of the risk. So there are opportunities in that regard. Also, if you think about it, we are moving from linear to circular, that everything can be reused. You know, that era of use it and dump it is no more. We can recycle everything that we have. So design waste, or design out waste and keep materials in use. And I think even the last one I talked about the long term. We can't afford to think just short term. We can't afford to think just current, because if you think just current, you will make decisions that will jeopardize the long term. But we want businesses that can endure for this longer term so that they can create proper profitability and prosperity. And individual to collective is no more one company doing something, but it's collective. Everybody have to come together. There's this saying in Africa that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So it's a collective effort, and that's so important. So as I round up, I just want to show, this slide just says some of the areas where we have our greatest opportunities. One is renewable energy. So we have, abundant, both wind, sun, we have abundant resources, and we can actually convert that. So we can become the world's leading supplier of clean energy. We can, if we pay attention to the things that we need to do. All these panels and things, we can begin to produce in Africa rather than import from China and every other place. Climate smart agriculture. So yes, we need to think about feeding ourselves, but then we can also feed ourselves, but also import to the world or export to the world. So we can lead sustainable food systems and land use. Resilient cities, if we can get it right and we don't have the kind of flooding we had this past 1 week, things will be a bit better, isn't it? And sometimes, so this is Lagos in the urban area, when the flooding happens in the hinterland, it's worse. Farmlands are washed away. Homes are washed away, and it's terrible. But we can build smarter from the ground up and leapfrog legacy infrastructure. And finally, green industry, supply green industrial products to the global transition economy. All right, so some of the questions that Dr. Nosike asked earlier about framework, I've managed to put this all in a book. So if you want this book for your board, please reach out to me. But basically, board members need to think broadly about ESG, about environment. So embed ESG in strategy, that's important. And even I think the representative from Wema Bank talked about it. Measure what matters, so you have to have the indicators. You can't measure what you don't know. Invest in innovation. For you to take advantage of this ecosystem or this environment, you've got to invest in green technology, strengthen partnership between government, private sector, the civil society organizations, the communities. There has to be a strengthening, because if we're going to talk about collective, we have to strengthen the ecosystem and build governance capability across the patch. So collectively, I like to say that sometimes when we think about public-private partnership, we think big infrastructure. But in terms of the, let's say the intangibles, the things that we say soft things, like having the right regulation for what private sector is doing, it's important to have proper partnership. If, even for the investors who are going to be looking in or wanting to invest, they have to think, how are we regulating the private sector or the corporates? How are they being regulated? And so that's so important that everybody, for us to have accelerated transition, we all have to work together to make that happen. So this is I think this is my last slide. Yeah. So let's us build for Africa. Let's work together. Let's be intentional. The foundation is that environmental stewardship is not a cost, it's an investment, and is the foundation of business resilience. And so let's have that in mind, that we don't think about it as, oh, it's a burden. Oh, now one more thing to do. We think about it as it's an investment, and it's for the long-term prosperity for all. And our ambition is that we want an Africa that will not simply participate. I think Professor Fabian talked about we are rule takers when we should be rule makers. So we don't want to just participate. We don't want to just be rule takers. We want to actually shape the Africa that we want, shape the environmental sustainability that we want, and we'll see things work better. So thank you very much for the time. And if there are questions, we'll take them at the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, for setting the stage. Thank you so much for setting the stage for us, Dr. Chinyere. I love the way you basically have said to us that environmental stewardship is beyond just conservation. It now has, it's now sitting at the intersection of competitiveness, investment. We talked about governance in terms of policy, resilience, and of course, long-term economic growth. And then also the importance of, focusing beyond the energy transition to things like nature positivity, circularity, and some of the other things that you spoke about. It's very, very important for us. I'm really looking forward to this panel. Thank you. Good to have you with us, Titi. Excellent. And I don't know if we have Dr. Amishi on is he with us? Okay. Thank you. He's joining us virtually. But let me begin with you again, Dr. Almona, because I know that you work with businesses, you work with boards across different sectors, and therefore you have a unique vantage point on how organizations are responding, how boards in particular are responding to these changing expectations. So environmental stewardship, like you spoke about, is increasingly influencing market access. You talked about the cost and driving costs down and the opportunity for ESG investing as well. From the perspective of the organized private sector, how prepared do you think are African businesses for this shift? And where do you see the greatest gap between ambition and execution?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. When we think about the earlier things that we have said in this room about having the right policies, but then execution remains the weak link. For us at the organized private sector, we kind of understand what needs to be done, and in terms of intention, we have it. We understand it. We have the right ambition, but then where we face a bottleneck is around the infrastructure and cost. Infrastructure and cost. So when we think about infrastructure, we're thinking infrastructure like energy, infrastructure like roads. Even logistics is such a big problem for companies today because roads are not, the road network isn't such that can enable or fast track movement of goods and people across even Africa. So that's a big bottleneck. So infrastructure is an issue to even begin to think about it. Also, when we then think about the cost, in most of the Western world where you have great adoption of sustainability issues, they are well funded, they have the right systems, they have the right regulations that are enabling. What we have here isn't well enabling for the businesses here. So the businesses are ab initio struggling. And so when you think of something like we want to cut carbon emission, how do you get a company to cut carbon emission when they are on diesel generator all the time? Like it's not adding up. So those are the kind of challenges that we have that are real in this environment.
Thank you. And I think indeed he spoke about it and really earlier on, that in those jurisdictions as well, there are subsidies. We don't have access to those subsidies. And in addition, there's a premium we pay even for finance. So that brings me to the next question, Dr. Tona, as head of sustainable banking at Fidelity. One of the strongest drivers, like we can see, of organizational behavior to actually businesses are there to make a profit for their shareholders, right? So one of the strongest drivers of organizational executive behavior would be the ability to not just make a profit, but to be able to raise the finance, access the finance to be able to drive their businesses. So as financial institutions increasingly integrate climate and environmental risk as a strategic strategy into their decision making, they're also reshaping business priorities, right? Financial institutions like yourselves are increasingly integrating environmental considerations into lending, investment, risk management, into those lending decisions. How is this changing the expectations that you're placing on businesses? And how are organizations adapting quickly enough to these evolving market realities? Or are you placing greater expectations?
All right, thank you very much for the question and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say that climate, environmental or social considerations are no longer optional now in finance. As a matter of fact, they're increasingly influencing investment flows, credit decisions, and most development financial institutions, what they look out now for being able to show evidence that you're embedding environmental and social considerations in your risk management processes. So it's not in the past where the focus was on if the customer is able to provide collateral, and that, I mean, you're able to lend to such customers. But now the focus now is also on environmental and social risks. We also want to see that they have governance in place, both at the board level and management level, of sustainability and climate related risks. Because we'll see now that sustainability and climate related risks are currently manifesting now as credit risks, operational risks, liability risks, and even reputational risks, which can impact on the customer's ability to even repay. So the focus now is not just on the customer meeting the 5 C's and all that. No, it's gone beyond that. We need to
see whether they have the structures in place. And I would say that that has greatly influenced the way we look at our long-term perspective of what credit risk is. And also, for our customers, they now understand that they have to have these structures in place. And then looking at also the imminent mandatory adoption of IFRS S1 and S2, which will become mandatory for listed entities and also SMEs. It's very important that we also carry our customers along in this journey, because I mean, they also have to be part of it, and they are not going to be left out. And so if you have customers that are not, I mean, part of this journey, if you don't start now to begin to engage them, then as financial institutions, we are also going to have issues. So I would say that organizations are adapting, but then the progress is uneven across corporates, across SMEs, across industries. But then we'll continue to do what we're supposed to do as financial institution, because we know that we have a role to play in the transition to a low carbon economy. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? To what extent does an organization's ESG strategy determine your decision to lend to that company and to lend on preferable terms?
I would say that, okay, I'll give my bank as a case study. Our risk management process starts with credit risk management process starts with E&S. That's just to tell you how, I mean, the hierarchy it is. Well, you must conduct E&S due diligence before it even moves to the appraisal team. So, I mean, that's the first thing. We take it very serious. We have an environmental and social risk management framework that guides how we, assess customers. So we look at the sectors, we look at the impact, we look at the exposure, and, we try to see that we identify the risks and see how we can also mitigate the risks. And then we don't just, once we've availed the customer the loan, we don't just go back and sit back. No, we also, visit our customers and engage them and expect that they share quarterly reports to keep us up to date with their environmental and social practices within their operations. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just add a bit to that question about E&S. Years ago, when I was with the IFC, the World Bank Group, one of the things that is a huge consideration for them lending is the E&S. So they have a whole E&S framework that companies must look at and adopt. They need to see your intention to follow through on those frameworks. So there are some things that you can do in the short term, but there's some things that you need to demonstrate that you are considering them for the longer term. So things like maybe your board composition, the kind of the staff and the structures within your organization. So E&S continues to be a great pointer for when institutions want to lend.
Yes, and I think that's very much true of AFC or IFCs. But because a lot of SMEs can only access really truly local banks like, your Fidelities, your UBAs, I just wonder to what extent those things are important, because that's also an incentive for your MSMEs to adopt these ESG considerations in their operations and their day-to-day. Before I come to you, Titi Oshodi, I'll come to you, Titi Oguntuga, Titi Lokpe. We were on a panel about less than a month ago together. And we spoke then about how it was important for organizations to translate sustainability ambitions into operational decisions. And my question to you is, organizations like yourselves, I know, have moved beyond viewing environmental sustainability as a compliance requirement to something that is a business imperative. And your organization increasingly has set the standard, in its industry. From your experience, what practical steps can other organizations take to embed environmental stewardship into core business strategy while still maintaining profitability and competitiveness. And if you could please just give us some examples practical examples from what you do.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And apologies for barging in onto the plenary. I think that question would fit well for Titi Ogufure because I work in the policy department of it. So I hope I hope she heard that question.
Yes, good afternoon again. So one of the things we've established all through this conference is the fact that sustainability, whether environmental, social, or governance, has to be embedded into corporate strategy. And I believe that that is one of the common or golden threads that we've been able to promote through this conference. So first, I'd like to say for organizations to fully embed environmental stewardship into what they do, into the core of their operations, they need to first integrate it into their corporate strategy. For different organizations, it's different things. So for example, at IHS Towers, one of the simplest or the most basic ways that we've embedded environmental sustainability is to even first define it as one of our core corporate values. And so across the entire organizations, the thinking, the mindset, the way that we behave, the way that we operate, the way that we do business is first sustainability minded. The second thing that we continue to do is to strengthen our supply chain. And what we mean by that is ensuring that not just us as an organization is going on this journey, the entire partners, our development partners, our procurement partners, are also going with us on that journey, inclusive of our employees. And so we continue to strengthen sustainable supply chains across our organization. One of the things that we've consistently done over the years is to ensure that we hold trainings, sustainable
the what is happening there? What are the projects that are climate resilient that can help, to pull the indicators of your performances from the environmental stewardship path for wealth, for build, for security, right? And also the governing structure. The magic about that is that the DMRV gives you a reporting system that is benchmarked against the global practices for climate action and for carbon emission. So if, Elamata is moving and they're saying that they're purchasing thousands of buses and they're transitioning into electric vehicles on the roads, and they're getting the what is it called? The boats, on the waterways, and we have the green wheels, ongoing. Then we will measure the migration of vehicular movement, onto those green lines, right? We measure the level of pollution, air pollution that has been reduced. We measure the trajectory of inhalation, bad inhalation that would reduce. And ultimately we'll measure the productivity of the citizens, because they would be able to access they can deliver on their production or their productivity because access is faster, right? If you benchmark that against an ESG performance as an organization, and your reporting is giving you the greenhouse gas protocols, it's giving you IFSC, it's giving you SI and SO, it's giving you ISO certification. Those are the documents that the bank wants to listen to. Those are the ones that they want to be able to lend into. So those are the things for us. We feel that circular economy policies, as we continue to refine and define them at scale, we need to be able to see the projects. We need to be able to see the consensual, harmonization between the private sector, so that climate finance then becomes the silver lining that cuts across the climate action that is required.
And thank you for mentioning that in some of those indicators as well. But it doesn't take away from the fact that government has to create that enabling environment through having the right policies and the right policy framework to be able to encourage businesses, not just to continue along that journey, but even some other businesses to start that journey. And, it would be great to have the policies, for instance, that create the rebates we've talked about, the subsidies we've talked about, even the tax breaks that we've spoken about, to enable these things to move along at a much faster rate. But I think one of the things you spoke about was just the interconnectivity between the E, the S, and the G, and we talked about integrating all of those things. It's not, these are not silos. Yeah. We see how insecurity, for instance, puts a strain because of internal displacement on the environmental challenges that we're facing in Lagos, for instance. But before I go on to the next set of questions and looking at the solutions, I don't know if we have Dr. Amechi if we can zoom in to Dr. Amechi and to ask his question, to consider the broader context across Africa. Do we have him online? Thank you, Dr. Amechi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, excellent. Thanks for being patient with us. So from a sustainable finance and systems perspective, why do we continue to see a gap between available capital and measurable, and when I talk about sustainability in terms of environmental sustainability outcomes in African economies? So even where the funding exists, where the framework exists, why do we continue to see that gap between the available capital and the impact, like I said, the measurable outcomes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Going to the question straight, I have a few points to make. So I see 3 or 4 issues. The first is what I call the definitional problem. So when we talk about sustainable finance, one might also be thinking about financing sustainability. They're not the same thing. One is to make finance as a whole sustainable. The other is to finance some aspects of sustainability. And even if you want to finance some aspect of sustainability, let's assume you want to do environmental finance or climate finance, there are also some fundamental issues there. So for example, what is green? What is blue or what is brown? So these are definitional problems. And even in that context of the environment, you also have the problem of how broad is the environment here. We're thinking about waste management, climate change, circular economy, nature, biodiversity. All those things come into play. And there have been several comments here about embedding sustainability in strategy, which is great. But the flip side of it is, can we embed strategy in sustainability? They're not the same thing. So again, it depends on what we want to do here. If we want incremental changes, then we can say, okay, how do we shoehorn sustainability into existing practices? But it could also be that we need to rethink existing practices from a sustainability perspective. The second problem I see is also the issue of misalignment of interests. So you have those who have the money and those who need the money. So if you have investors coming from abroad, investments are not neutral, right? They are not ideologically even neutral. So you may say, well, they're pursuing profit, but profits are pursued based on interest. So sometimes you find this misalignment on the part of the corporates in Africa. They're looking for this money, so they're willing to play the game to align, to signal to the investors that are interested in what the investors are bringing. So this whole rush towards climate finance, for example, where in Nigeria you have fundamental environmental problems. You talked about flooding in Lagos today. Although you can link it to climate change, but climate change is far removed from our consciousness as opposed to the everyday environmental problems and pollutions we face. So sometimes some of these fundings are tied to the big environmental or climate issues, whereas we are battling with the micro everyday environmental problems. So the other problem I see also the issue of outcomes. Yes, we talked about measurement, but data is still a problem. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, I was trying to put together a program that would look at how corporate information or data are linked back to national impact. You struggle with that. At the moment, companies report on what they think their impacts are. But when you track those impacts and try to connect them to national kind of coherent narrative, you struggle and you may not succeed. So data is still a big problem in Africa, not only in relation to environmental or sustainability issues, even in other policy dimensions. And then the other point is culture. Sustainability is still seen as a tick box exercise. And that's why it's very much a game. As much as you want to say it is embedded or should be embedded or should inform investment decisions. On the part of the owners of finance and those who need the finance as well, you see the sustainability is not seen as a culture, as a philosophy. If you look at people who pay attention to nature, they approach nature from a different perspective. Whereas the Western understanding of nature is one that is to be manipulated, is to be used, utilized. And that's very core to the capitalist agenda and also to our understanding of economics and utility. So these things have ways of shaping how we relate to environment. So the environment that becomes marketable as something we can price and trade. So these are different ways that the misalignment in cultural perspectives can also inform this. And finally, if you put all the problems together, the definitional problem, the misalignment of interest, and the problem of data and culture, then you have what I may call lack of appropriate projects or poor demand side. So it may be a bank, you have this climate fund, but you're looking for projects, adequate projects to deploy. And people say money is fungible. When this money comes in, some banks or financial institutions are very clever in repurposing the finance to do other things because they lack the project. And the last point here is we so much focus on Lagos. I've been up since like say, because I mean, I've been listening all through. The focus has been very much on Lagos, Lagos, Lagos. Nigeria is broader than Lagos. We also need to bring regional perspective. And even when we talk about Africa, Africa is not a monolithic place. There are different parts. But the focus on Lagos in itself says a lot. And when we're talking about environmental sustainability, I think that need to change in our own context.
Thank you very much. But I honestly don't feel that that has been the case. I mean, we've spoken in other panels. I don't know how long you've followed us about floodings in other parts of the country. We've spoken about desertification as well. That wipes out livelihoods. I guess Lagos, because this is where the conference is, and the strain because of internal displacement. But point taken. I see.
Sorry to come in again. Lagos, this point about Lagos is not just about this conference, right?
Sure.
So if you follow the trend, Lagos has the population, but it also tends to suck in most of this conversation. But just to bear that in mind.
Sure. The Great Green Wall funding obviously focuses on other parts of the country, and I think it is definitely a national issue. As well as a Pan-African issue. When I think about the floodings and we see what happened in Ghana, what happened in Cote d'Ivoire, what happened across Western Africa, different issues, right? Different problems, different root cause analysis for each of those floodings. I will keep you on the line to just answer another question for us. I think one of the things that your last comment speaks to is that you believe that sustainability issues are often discussed and pursued in silos. How can the focus on environmental issues help us to address some of the social challenges in in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole? How do you believe this can help?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, because when we talk about environmental sustainability, it tends to focus very much on climate issues or green issues. So, but take, for example, the issue of renewable energy is positioned as a critical part to environmental sustainability. But if you look at Africa in that conversation, Africa is mainly, largely a consumer of renewable energy, because the manufacturing side of it happens mainly outside Africa. So most of these things come from China or Europe or further afield. So to what extent is Africa participating in the production of a manufacturer of these technologies? Which then leads to the point that being green is not sufficient. Green should also mean create jobs. Unemployment is one of the biggest problems in Africa, but that's not often talked about. Informality is another problem. How can the pursuit of green issues or environmental sustainability help to create jobs, help to address poverty, help to create enhanced well-being? So that way, it's not just seen as additionality, because that's the way they frame the financing side of it. You do green or climate, and then you have additional benefits. And these additional benefits are our core benefits. They should be, because environmental sustainability in itself is not sufficient. And sometimes also people distance themselves from it because they are caught between survival today and the survival of the environment in the long term. Although you can also say the survival issues are becoming more orchestrated because of the climate issues. But people don't necessarily think like that, because they have this idea that the climate is out there, but we need to survive today. So how can we then create this environmental sustainability narrative to meet people where they are today and help them address fundamental survival issues? And for me, one way to connect environmental to social issues is to focus on jobs and also address informality in Africa in particular. But it can also narrow it down to Nigeria or other parts of Africa. So I think the social bit needs to be very much, can help shape the adoption of environmental sustainability to make it really relevant and speak to people issues in Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think, being practical and breaking it down through awareness, you spoke about the need for data. There's also a need for training. There's a need for awareness. I found your first slide, or was it the second slide, Chinyere, very instructive. And when I was looking at the pictures of the flooding across Western Africa, I saw that in Lagos, there was a lot of plastic waste. There was a lot of garbage. And sometimes our flooding in some of our urban areas is not as a result of just the amount of rainfall. That water has to go somewhere. And that speaks to infrastructure as well, and the need also for behavioral change. I'm going to ask you a question, Titi. What breaks first in practice? Cost, compliance, capability, or coordination?
That's an interesting one. Well, from a practice perspective, I believe that coordination is where the biggest issue lies. Within or without, and when I say within the organization, where there's a mismatch or misalignment of priorities, misalignment on who is responsible for what and at what level, what tools, what incentives, what frameworks or governance frameworks are in place to coordinate all the activities is where, the biggest mismatch is. And when I look out on the external side, even though the government is doing quite a lot significantly, there's what is, priority to the development sector may not necessarily mean what the priority is to the public sector. And because, the private sector is also doing their own thing, then it looks like, everybody's just pretty much working in silos. And that is where we can achieve the biggest or the greatest impact, with all stakeholders coming together, putting on all hands on deck, and ensuring that, the goal or the vision is one, very important. The roadmap to that vision is also one, and well understood by every stakeholder involved. And more importantly, we are measuring and tracking progress with the same indicators. That is where the biggest impact can lie.
Yes, and everything is being done in context, like you said. Dr. Turner, where are you seeing currently real measurable and scalable progress in environmental stewardship within the African economy? Where do you think we're seeing those real measurable and scalable progress? And if you can maybe give us some examples, that would be helpful.
Okay, one very obvious one is the energy sector. We are seeing growing adoption of renewable energy. And what we've seen is that that has kind of contributed to reduction in carbon emissions and also increased access to energy access in underserved areas. Another sector, that will be the manufacturing sector, where we are seeing also increasing adoption of cleaner production technologies, and also, of course, circular economy too, which we're seeing quite a number of very positive practices in that sector. Then in the agricultural sector also, climate smart practices, whether it's regenerative approaches or efficient irrigation. And of course, that translates to improved productivity and also a reduction in land and water degradation. And of course, my own sector, the financial services. So we are seeing banks embedding environmental and social considerations, sustainability and climate-related risks and opportunities in their lending and investment decisions. And also we are seeing growing sustainability-linked products, and also some banks have also issued green bonds. Yeah.
So we see the needle moving in the right direction. Yes. Maybe not at the pace we want it to, but certainly moving in the right direction. Sorry, Titi, in about 45 minutes, if you can, where do you feel the misalignment, because there is some misalignment, where do you see it being most severe? In the area of policy, in the area of finance, or execution, or is it across?
I think we've sort of alluded to it. We have fragmented implementation. There's this quote that says that many organizations are willing to embrace sustainability, but the systems that connect policy, finance, markets, and businesses are often disconnected. So when we have these systems aligned, what it means is that we're able to implement, we're able to scale, and we're able to deliver long-term businesses, for sustainability. The project, when we pick up a project, and just talking in practical terms, when we pick up a project at the OCCE, we have a 5-pillar framework that we use as our indicator to test it, just to ensure that we're embedding as much interconnectedness as possible. Number one is the people management. And that speaks to literacy, education, training, capacity building, because what you understand is what you're able to operationalize. And that's what you can scale, right? The second is commerce. People will follow anything that helps in generation of revenue. And so in the understanding of it, if you're able to commercialize, especially speaking to an industry or a sector where unemployment is quite deficient, and you need to be able to fill up that space, and you're talking about an industry that is burgeoning, and there's budget that is supposed to be flowing into that place. Commerce then becomes another angle that you use in testing that water.
If you can just talk us through the other three. Just
yes, so the third is,
third
is data, and of course, I think we've talked about that across board. And then green finance, and of course, all together, it helps you in being able to regulate or design the policies that would be helpful in regulating such. So I think that's pretty much, the connected that we need.
And just in closing now, I'm just going to go through the panel and just ask one practical action that you feel will significantly accelerate environmental sustainability adoption in Africa today? One practical action. Starting with you, Dr. Tona. One practical action, just state.
Okay, that would be having a structured and execution-focused collaboration platform. When I mean execution-focused, that links policy. I think Titi mentioned something, links policy, finance, and implementation capacity.
Okay.
You cannot...
Just stay the one. I'm so sorry because of time. We're going to have to round up now. So one practical.
For me, it's for us to rethink renewable energy. Renewable energy is not just solar. There's wind, there's hydro. So we need to explore and leverage those options.
Absolutely. Thank you. Dr. Almona.
For me, it will be to try to bring the MSMEs into the room, to the conversation. MSMEs contribute about 50% of our GDP. They contribute about over 90% of businesses, and in terms of employment, over 80%. So they're significant in themselves, but they seem excluded from the conversation. Yeah. They need to be included. They need to be supported to be able to go through this trajectory on sustainability.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Amechi, if you're still with us, what is that one thing that you think will accelerate the change in terms of environmental sustainability adoption in Africa?
It should be interpreted in a way that makes sense to us and motivates us to then act. Otherwise, it remains as a foreign agenda. And that's part of the problem, because people see it as an imposition from the West. We need to internalize it and see it as a problem and find also indigenous solutions.
Thank you. So that's the contextual cultural relevance and interpretation backed up by the availability of financing and funding that's not just being delivered through a Western lens, a capitalist lens, but a more contextual cultural lens. Finally, over to you, Titi.
We need, as a government, we need to make sustainability economically rewarding. It must make economic sense to businesses. It must make economic sense to the public sector. It must make economic sense to the communities.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to have caught you short. Thank you to our distinguished panel. I think I just want to end by saying, environmental sustainability is a responsibility for each and every one of us. It's very easy to point to the government, to point to major corporations, and to say that change has to come from them. One of the things Professor Amechi said that really gladdened my heart was, really bringing it down to grassroots and understanding that each and every one of us has a responsibility. From the choice of car we decide to drive, there are options. They are available. From how we decide to even transport ourselves. And we talked about even other options which the various governments have made available. Lagos State really is the flagship. And I am not ashamed to say that in terms of water transportation, light railway, train. And I think we have to congratulate them for what they've done. And I know that other states are doing other things as well. We need to, and other countries across Africa, we need to also look at it from a point of view of how we use power. It's just simply switching off the light. Because of the power bills, I've had to really train my staff as to how they use energy, so we can use energy in a much more sustainable way. And then above all, how we dispose of our waste and how we consume. Responsible consumption is very practical aspect of our environmental sustainability. And we could go on and on and on, but I think the change starts with us. Thank you very much to everyone who's been on this panel. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you so very much. The amazing panel on the environment. I'd like to invite the CEO of FITC to please join them on stage for a group photograph. Please. Thank you all so much.
Photographers, please give me a second. It's important that I thank this very wonderful people who have created so much time to share this knowledge. But there's other part of it also. We have the privilege of having two solid juggernauts on this panel as part of the conference planning committee. Our conference planning committee chairman, Ayotola, and then of course, Titi as well, conference planning committee member. So you can see how all of this is shaped by the things you do not see, but you can see the result and how it's manifested. Thank you very much. Would also like to invite one of the sustainability champions in the room, Miss Mary Akwabame, to join the stage. Put your hands together for her. From Capital Investment, Sustainability Foundation, name it. She checks all of it, across all of it. Thank you. Yeah. All right, before we go into the next item on the agenda, I would like to very specially recognize very distinguished persons. And please just come onto the stage as I call you. James, please put your hands together for James as he comes up. I'll let you know the reason you are doing that. Titi, please stay behind. Ayotola, please stay behind. Yeah. So over the last few months, I would say over the last years, the ESG, the FITC Sustainability and ESG Institute was formed. Over this period, enormous number of individuals have contributed significantly to growth of the Institute. We've got different layers of resources, where we've got the first is the Conference Advisory Board, led by Professor Ajogwa, who is conference chairman today. Besides that, we have another formidable team, and that's another powerful set of individuals that are the Conference Advisory Committee, who've done phenomenal work in curating this conference that you've seen today. A lot of them work all over the world. Globally, they are represented. Some of them are not in this room because of their assignments, but almost all of them are virtual, are watching, and some have had part of the first segment and gone to other board commitments. Permit me to present to you the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, Ms. Ayotola Jago. Please put your hands together for her. We also have Titi as part of her doing that magic, and we also have James doing that magic. FITC team, can you please join me to say this thank you to them? Thank you, and thank you. Would like to present this to you as we say thank you for all the good work that you've done. Would also love to present this to you, Titi, for all the good work that you've done. Thank you very much. They said for the men, it has to be double barrel. Somebody said men don't like flowers. I said that's not true. So I have to start with this first, and I still have to have the flowers. Can I have the flowers? It brightens your room, it brightens your heart. I do not believe men don't love flowers. We just thought it's important that we recognize all of the work that you have done, putting this together. Nobody can imagine the tireless hours, the sacrifices, the brainstorming, the sessions, the meetings, and more importantly, the outcome is phenomenal. And we say thank you, and thank you.
When Dr. Malize contacted me to say, would I chair, I took a little while to get back to her because I was like, with all the workload I have. And she said, you know what, you'll be fine. I will do the bulk of the work. And indeed they did. She did. So I would like to say a big thank you. The success of this conference is really down to you. And apart from just calling to chase up on, to discuss with me, the things around the conference, she will call me regularly to check up on me, on my well-being, on my father's well-being, because I had a number of, family issues at the time. So it doesn't, I was thinking about it, I think it was yesterday, and just thinking about how many messages I had from you. Even when she couldn't reach me, she would leave voice notes saying, how is daddy? How are you? How is your health? I want to say, thank you so much. You've been very supportive. You've got an amazing supportive team as well. Do you, Ujiro, and all the others whose names I don't know. Thank you for everything that you've done to make this conference a success. And they're real nuggets that even I have received. Sitting down, we're learning environment. We keep learning. Nobody is an authority on any information, and there are things that I've heard today that not only have I learned from, but have galvanized me to action in other areas as well. So I want to thank you for just catalyzing this and making this happen. And I know it's not easy, all the tireless fundraising. If you have promised pledge to give, please redeem your pledge. And all the curating of the conversations and the questions. Thank you so much. And this is for you.
Fantastic. Can we get a picture with the flowers? Hold your flowers. Let's get let's have evidence that men love flowers. That is important. Fantastic. Let's put our hands together for the committee one more time. Well done. Well done. As they take their seats, let me help you down. All right, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight into the final session of this afternoon. And that is the last plenary. And we have had plenary on the Titans. I'm sure you remember that. We've had the plenary on governance. We have just right now concluded the plenary on the environment, and the final plenary, the social. And I'd like to first and foremost invite the moderator of this session on stage. She is the CEO of Sterling One Foundation. Please put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Olakweju Ibekwe. Olakweju Ibekwe. Oh, right. She is she is very, very ably represented. I didn't get your name, sir, so I have to come. I have to know what your name is. I'm sorry. Apologies, a slight change to this program. So Dr. James Adenuga from Dangote Group is the moderator. So that's the name I should have called. Please put your hands together. He is the man that loves flowers. In case you didn't know that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that mix-up. So welcome. Yep, just pick your seat, and I'll just call out I know we have a couple of virtual panelists as well. The next panelist I'll introduce is the executive director of the One campaign. Her name is Sarah Maka. Let's put our hands together for Sarah Maka. I think she's online because I haven't seen her. Yes. This one needs nearly no introduction. He's a face that we've all seen very much in recent months. He's the founder of Chess in Slums Africa. Tunde Onokoya is part of this panel. Tunde Onokoya, let's put our hands together. Of course, Dr. James Adenuga is here. The social performance advisor in Total Energies is also on this panel, Chinwe Ifechiga. Let's put our hands together for Chinwe. And finally, the head of program, GIZ Nigeria and ECOWAS, Sandra Vermugen Alonge, who's also on this panel. She's right here with us. Let's welcome her as she comes on stage. Sandra's very kind. She told Dr. James, you won't be lonely. You won't be the only one up there. So I think you should be in the middle. Please have your microphones and we'll jump straight in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. Compare. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've had an amazing time all day. This well-packed conference, the third edition of the ESG Sustainability FITC conference. I mean, put hands together for yourselves, please. It's at that time where you just want to get out of your face. And so we wouldn't be long in this session. I think we have someone virtually, a couple of people virtually. We'll just see how that pans out. We've got Sandra himself here. Okay, so when you say ESG, really, the what connects the dots is that social component, and that's what has the human face, and you can really relate, and that's kind of central to the entirety of the whole dynamics of what we've been the subject matter of today. So it's important to then see how discourse on governance and the very fantastic session, environmental stewardship, and how this final piece kind of as a receptacle is expressed. All right. So we're going to go straight into the matter, and I think I'll start with you then, since you're if that's okay. So question for you then, Sandra, is development cooperation have increasingly shifted towards partnership-driven approaches. All right. What role would cross-sector partnership play in ensuring that social investments address systemic challenges rather than isolated problems?
Thank you so much. And so nice to be here this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here to talk about this very important topic, and maybe also to share some of my experience that I've built in the last 7 years working here in Nigeria with a wide variety of both government partners as well as private actors and civil society organizations. And in my view is how do we go from just talking about achieving a sustainability to real impact? And as in so many cases, it's really, like they say, the tasting is in the pudding, not just talking about building partnerships, but being very intentional about them. I think 7 years ago, I met a lot of partners that were adamant about the fact that they had a mandate, a very strong mandate, and that they were the only ones that could deliver on that mandate. And 7 years down the line, I'm faced with the same partners that are working together in a collaborative space and being very complementary. And that is complementarity between federal and state level agencies, local governments, CSOs, but also private companies. And that's specifically when we're talking about migration and employment initiatives. So how did we achieve that? I think it's about, as I said, intentionality, about really building joint work plans, not necessarily looking at where the funding is coming from or what should be funding, but rather what can each organization contribute. And and I think that in development, very often, we're looking, projects, they're short term, right? So whereas real development is long term. I think we're trying to be very intentional about adding value where it makes most sense, not duplicating the efforts of organizations on the ground, and mobilizing public infrastructure. Nigeria has a fantastic, I know that it's never enough. It's never enough, but at the same time, I think it's not a secret that a lot of this public infrastructure, the existing public infrastructure, is underutilized. How do we mobilize that public infrastructure, make it work for people? And, making that a key approach, I think, in any development-driven programming around job creation is very important when we're talking about skills development, when we're talking about advisory services. There are, my experience is that there are hundreds of people, thousands of people actually, that can be mobilized across numerous government agencies and that are ready to work. So, and by achieving that, we also build trust. I think this is another very important aspect that is not underlined sufficiently. We need to rebuild trust in that collaboration and not be, instead of being cynical about what each one can contribute, really build towards that common goal and celebrate that common success. Projects are often about celebrating the success of one project, whereas development is the success of all of us.
All right. Thank you so very much, Sandra. And I think that's quite helpful to see the perspective of cross-sector partnership, and you can't quite single-handedly drive some of these dynamics. It really would involve a lot of players. I'm going to move straight. We've got two more people. Sarah, if you're online, can you hear us, Sarah? Can Sarah hear us? She's there, so just activate.
Yes, I can.
Excellent, excellent. So Sarah, this coming to you. So social investment has evolved over the years, and no thanks to all the dynamics in the world and either nationally or globally over the last decade. So from your perspective, Sarah, can you help by the distinguishing factors of strategic social investment from traditional corporate philanthropy, and why is this a distinction, particularly from African development trajectory? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. And I think just following on Sandra's response, we have an opportunity on the continent to do something that helps to build a continent. So I think that the moment right now is apparent that we can't focus on the donations of one organization. We can't only focus on the activities of one organization. What we need to do is focus on the impact that we are all making. I think social investment has truly evolved over the years. When businesses ask, how much did I give back? What social investments ask instead is, how does your business help build Africa, the continent, into a place that we can depend on? And you'll notice that I use Africa quite a bit because more and more, when you look at the geopolitics of our day and where Africa is playing a role, if we think only of our countries or about our local governments, we actually don't stand a stronger chance to overcome this current moment where a blockade in a Strait of Hormuz affects us so significantly. A war between Ukraine and Russia affects us, our ability to buy bread. A decision from a government far away affects us so acutely. Africa has to come together as Africans and the African continent and have the leverage. So we need to be, strategic social investment begins where the business model itself asks what constraints are preventing my country, but my continent from long-term growth. So if your future depends on skilled workers, you need to invest in education because it's going to affect you. If your future depends on healthy workers, invest in healthcare. If your future depends on customers with purchasing power, invest in financial inclusion. That's the way we need to make a distinction between just sort of philanthropy and social investment.
Thank you so very much for that useful submission there. And I like how you contextualized it into the Africa perspective. You know, I was listening to somebody earlier on today, and she was saying that we look at Africa as just nations. Yes, okay, to look at it in that context, but it goes beyond that. It's actually about the divergence of people, the cultural dynamics, the location, geography, just about so much. And with that, it helps to enable us to reach the unreached, so to speak. All right. So I'm going to move the needle now to Chinwe. Chinwe, are you able to hear us, Chinwe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. So Chinwe, we would like to hear from you commenting on principles. Now, community expectations also continue to evolve. It's like Oliver Twist. All right, particularly around inclusion and how this gets to add value. All right, from a social performance perspective. So from your experience and how you've seen things, your neck of the wood, what principles should guide organizations when designing investments that is intended to deliver lasting community impact?
Okay, I'll speak from a perspective of my experience of close to 2 decades in the field of social performance, working closely with communities and understanding how social investments work in terms of the principles we apply as organizations. To have an enduring social investment, a few principles apply. One of them is co-investing. The earlier speakers have talked about shifting from the mindset of grants, philanthropy to that of co-investing. Absolutely. So co-investing here means that we need to allow the communities to take ownership of these projects and transform them from being just beneficiaries to partners of these projects. Designing projects that will actually carry the local communities along. We will all agree that the local community has a clearer understanding of the local ecosystem more than any consultant would have. And as such, it is very critical to actually bring the local communities along while designing a sustainable social investment project. The next one will be around capital. I call it a patient capital. It is clear that the usual standard fiscal one-year budgets of organizations do not necessarily translate into a sustainable social investment.
No.
So the recommendation is for organizations to actually key into or commit into what we call the patient capital of having to commit into between a 3 to 5 year long-term plan, where the milestones can actually be flexible enough to adapt to changes that come with the tides. And the next one will be around focusing on capacity as against dependency. We encourage organizations to actually build local institutions, build skills, build capacity. So as against just instituting or putting in place a social investment project, why don't we actually try to train, build capacity of the locals in such a way that by the time the organizations step away from these projects, they are able to actually carry on. An example or a clear example could be an organization actually building a community center for a local community. And to make this more sustainable, what they could do is to actually put in place a local governing board that will actually manage this particular center and monetize it in such a way that when the organization steps out, they are able to actually, the project is able to sustain itself in the long run. And then the next one is about being able to measure. Organizations are also recommended to actually measure more of outcomes as against what they have spent.
Fantastic.
When social investments are actually implemented, instead of having to measure how many people participated in this workshop, why don't you try to find out what how much unemployment your activity has actually been able to reduce in the communities? How much household incomes have we impacted as against measuring the spends? So having to actually ensure that we treat social investment as not cost centers, but as foundational activities that actually de-risk organization activities is actually much more recommended for organizations in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chinwe. Very well put. Those systemic, I think it's just like a management system approach, and you put it so very. The part I love most there is the measurement piece, all right, which then helps to really know and demonstrate impact. Just to add one more sentence, we'll just go around one more time and then we'll close the segment. A Nobel laureate, Milton Friedman, alluded to the fact that businesses just need to focus on one main social responsibility. Yes, businesses have to make money, make profit, deploy their resources, and do activities in a way that will be geared towards making profit. But life has changed, the world has moved, and it's going far much more beyond that now. And there's a lot of expectations on businesses to be able to be tagged as socially responsible. And that then means that you have to play to the rule of the game. And he says that the rule of the game really is about making sure that you compete fairly. You're doing it for what you want to get out of it. And once it's coming from that perspective, then you really never allow it to have maximal impact. And so I'm going to progress for one more time, starting with you, Sandra. I'll just go to the piece around looking across Africa, Sandra. Okay. Where do you see the greatest opportunity for strategic social investment to unlock inclusive growth and shared prosperity over the next decade?
Thank you so much. Well, actually, I was very, really nodding along with what some of our earlier speakers were saying about how it's so important to involve the communities that we work in. And I think that, building systems that work for those communities is really the way forward. And the question, of course, is how to do that. There's a lot of talk about PPPs, about public-private partnerships. And unfortunately, evidence is not really pointing in the direction that they work, especially for the delivery of public services, such as health, education, and water and public water. So we need another model. And in that sense, I completely agree with the speaker who was in the environment panel, who was saying, we need to, evaluate what public policies we need. So I would be advocating for partnerships in the public interest, where basically we bring together the public and the private sector, but not in the sense that it's the public sector that provides cash or funding to the private sector, but rather where we bring together infrastructure, human resources of the public sector with capacity and need for collaboration of the private sector, especially in the fields of training, in the fields of health, in the fields of skills development, and providing a legal framework for that. We need a legal framework. There are too many. We need a collaborative framework so that people can engage with others without running either the risk of being accused of doing something, inappropriate. I think one of the reasons why there are so many churches in youth centers is because of the fact that, that's like a safe option. But in my view, we should do some other things with youth centers. I hope this is not recorded on television. Never mind. But nevertheless, so yes, I would go for, we need innovative models for partnership. And there are numerous examples in other African countries where this is being practiced. We need to learn more from those innovative practices, the good practices, not those that have not worked.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Very, very relatable. Oh, I'm made aware that Tunde Onakoya is online. All right. Because of time, we'll at least get a view from you on one of your perspectives, because you bring to the room quite a very unique experience in social investment, social performance. So today, if it's okay with you, I'll just come straight to you, if that's okay, and ask you to share with us, working directly with the vulnerable communities, providing a unique perspective from your view on impact. What indicators today tells you that an intervention is genuinely transforming lives rather than providing temporary support? Today, are you able to, can we activate this, or is not? Oh, okay. All right, we'll move on then. Thank you. So I'll come back to you, Chinwe. So Chinwe, stakeholder engagement is often described as central to the success of social investment. It's kind of been said to be very fundamental. But what practical approaches have you found most effective in building trust? Sarah touched on trust earlier on. In managing expectations and ensuring community ownership? Chinwe,
okay, I'll also take it from the perspective of community engagement and like I've said, stakeholder engagement.
Yes.
When you work with communities, there are lots of expectations from them. And the very first speaker, I think Otumba talked about something about integrity. Integrity results to trust. So for me, managing socio-economic development projects is built on those three pillars. The three pillars of trust, managing the expectation, and then having the community to actually own this project. So to be able to establish trust in the first instance, the first way to go is to know who your stakeholders are. Who are these stakeholders? You try to identify them, identify all your stakeholders across board, then map them based on, map and prioritize them based on the expectations actually on your business. When you've mapped them, you go ahead to actually draw up a stakeholder or dialogue, a dialogue plan, or what the stakeholder engagement plan. With this stakeholder engagement plan, you determine which of the stakeholders to interview, when, how, and by who, and all the indicators. And finally, you go ahead to engage these stakeholders. Engaging them actually identifies what exactly is material to them. And that will help you come up with an action plan. So like this, you are able to actually come up with a trust from these communities. And then you actually implement things like a transparent town hall setups, where you actually openly and transparently engage the stakeholders. So with this process in place, you are able to buy the trust, or when I say buy trust, earn the trust of your stakeholders, because they can trust that yes, you've engaged them, you have an action plan for them, you actually have a roadmap for them. And in the area of managing the stakeholder expectations, it is also recommended that organizations and governments should actually try to come up with an MOU or a working format, a working template with communities or local communities. Draw up a roadmap, identify the scope or define the scope of the projects. And then when this scope is defined, you actually try to, when the scope is defined, you also put in place things like a two-way grievance mechanism. So like this, everybody lay the cards on the table, put the budgets there, allow the stakeholders to be the ones to determine where these funds are deployed. So like that, they are able to, you are able to manage their expectations. The budget is there for everybody to see. True. Transparency for me is very, very key. Absolutely. So the third one is community ownership. You need to also make the community take ownership of these projects. Let the projects be according to their own expectations. Let them decide where the fund is deployed. And when they are able to decide where the fund is deployed, they are able to take ownership of these projects. And like that, we are sure that the social investment is actually sustained at the long run.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. It was so well put. I mean, I'll just add a little sense to that. So very recently, we've, as an organization, I won't disclose, but we're going about a project in the southwest of Nigeria, and it's involving like 2 states. And one of the things that we started with was to identify the critical, of course, the Isha and all those things, no problem. Who are the critical stakeholders? So before we put boots on the ground, it was quite important to really put face to the Bales, to the Obas, to the key demographics that are critical to these locations, all right? And honestly, it was like giving a little boy candy, you know, when we appeared in those locations. It was beautiful. The reception was great. And we're able to share with them why we are here. And stakeholder engagement would not be complete without ensuring that you've identified, just like Chinwe mentioned, all the critical stakeholders, including government at all tiers, right? So the governments at all tiers were very much in this equation, and we, agreed on how to, progress, from then on. I mean, it's still early days. It's not perfect work. I'm just trying to say the value that effective stakeholder engagement does to bring in, before you now talk about what your needs assessment, needs analysis, and what you want, what's the material to them, and how you're going to be, what you're going to be investing in, not because what you want to do, but what they want, and obviously prioritize that to miss your business. We're going to round off, and I'll have to ask Sandra and Sarah 2 similar questions, all right? I'll start with Sarah. She's been online. Sarah, I'm going to ask you to share with us one thing, Sarah. Hey, can you imagine? Okay, if you're going to change one thing in the discourse of improving or having, implementing a very effective social investment, and let me ask it in a way that you probably will appreciate. So if there is one change, all right, that you would want to advocate, either for the government, business, development partners, whatever it is, in approaching social investment, effective social investment that adds value? What would that be, Sarah?
Thank you for that question. I will answer it. Before then, I just wanted to piggyback on this trust conversation, just a one phrase.
Okay.
What we've found is for the community, find out who already holds the trust in that community.
Okay.
And effectively what you're doing is borrowing the trusted person's voice and mandate and scope to layer on what you want. So when we were doing some work in education, we found that the decision makers for whether a girl goes to school in northern Nigeria, at least in these two states, were not her mom or her dad necessarily, or the imam necessarily.
Yep.
It was the father's mother. Her grandmother made the decision to her father whether the girl should finish school. So that's a trusted voice in that community. So as a stake, as an organization coming in, we know we've found that that's the grandmother is a trusted voice. We figure out how to work with the grandmother to ensure that girls go to school past a certain age. I just wanted to put that in the conversation as well.
Thank you.
Now, the one thing I would change is, I think there's a hill that they say the hill that we want to die on. I want to die on, I should say it that way. Is we have to stop funding projects and start thinking of the systemic reasons those issues exist. And not every entity has the appetite, but until we address things at the systemic level, it has implications for the survival of our business, because you're only as healthy as the context in which you're doing business. It has implications for the state of our nations. It has implications for the state of our continent. So it's a mindset shift to go into more systemic solutions. And there is a balance. An organization might want to do a project in the near term that checks some boxes, but by all means, you must also do those long-term projects that if no one really applauds you, it still infuses health into the system, because those are the rails that we need to build a stronger country in the long term. That's the mindset shift I'd like us to make.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. I think I'll just pass the mic straight away to you. To what would be that one thing if you were to, roll a magic wand around government, business, the way we do things across Africa, that would shift the mindset around repositioning the better way for social investment that can add value? What would that be?
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I think to some extent what I've noticed over the years is that there's a gap between the representative organizations on the ground, cooperatives, trade unions, youth organizations that actually bring people together on the one hand, and on the other, innovators and opinion leaders. So, and my call would be to work more closely with those organizations that actually represent people and not just individuals, because it's not an influencer, a youth influencer who's going to speak for young people in Nigeria. This is one of the first times that my son is attending one of my speeches. He's here in the back.
Wow, where
so
is
he's
he?
16 years old. So, it's that generation, the generation of the less than 20-year-olds that we really should involve in this conversation about sustainability. It's for them. So it is not for us to tell them what we think should happen. We should work much more closely with young people, not just providing them with information, but really engaging them and hearing them and making them active proponents of this agenda.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. I think let's put our hands together for all the panelists today. And I'm going to let's keep it rolling. I mean, let's do better. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Just as we close, to be honest with you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa does not need any more isolated social investment projects. But what is really critical, and from all I can, if I could, integrate all that the speakers have touched on today, is really about integrated partnership, right? Because definitely one tree doesn't make a forest. And it is no accident that SDG 17 talks about partnership for goals, all right? And it's because in the advancing the course of the subject matter, ESG, you cannot in isolation make it happen for your objectives. And so this is a call really to have scalable social investment projects, measurable social investment projects, and certainly sustainable social investment projects. That's going to be the game changer for all organizations across Africa jumping in and being a part of the discourse. And so it is on that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this wonderful panel. Yeah, some people online. And so, I know, please, let's put our hands together for all the panelists today. And you're going to do one more thing for me. You're going to put your hands together for yourselves, all right? Because we couldn't have done this. We don't have people on the other side and on the virtual space. And on that note, I want to say thank you to my panelists here with me, Sandra and Sarah and Chinwe on the virtual space, and everybody else who has made this happen. Thank you so very much. And I'll hand the mic back to our compere to further the session. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. I'd like to invite the CEO of FITC to please join us for a photograph. Can you please, can you grab her, please? We need her on the stage. Is she close by? Yeah, there she is. Chairman Planning Committee, please join them. Thank you. All right. Fantastic. It's been such an awesome day. We've had amazing sessions, 4 different plenaries. We've heard many, many goodwill messages. And honestly, this has been very, very memorable. Let's put our hands together for this team once more. So now what we have, the only thing we have left to do is we're here with friends, we're here with colleagues, but lunch is ready. Lunch is ready. There are some fans of lunch for sure. Let me hand over to the chairman of the planning committee to give us 1 or 2 closing remarks, and then we'll disperse for lunch.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the MC as well, and the lady MC thank you so much to everyone who has attended, particularly those online, those who have stayed behind, who have stayed back till the end of this conference. We really value you. We hope you've been able to take something out of the conference. I think from all the sessions, one of the themes that has been recurring is the fact that sustainability starts with each and every one of us. And so whether it is from the Titans panel, the veterans telling us that leadership is important and we really need to take leadership ourselves, where there's a vacuum of leadership, we can do something about it. There was a quote by Indidi that said, somebody had said they no longer pray for the serenity to understand what it is that is beyond them, they cannot do, but they pray for wisdom to be able to do that which they cannot accept and should not accept. So there are certain things in our lives that we cannot accept and we should not accept. And I think we can all take leadership by praying for wisdom to be able to be that change in that environment, in that particular area, whether it's socially and how it interacts with the people around us, or it is environmentally, or it is even in terms of policies and the economy itself, the financial side of things. I mean, in Africa, we all bear financial burdens that are beyond ourselves. And so we need to be able to look at how we consume. Again, I will say that responsible consumption and also responsible giving, you know, in terms of also how we empower those around us to be much better, so that we can have a more resilient and a more sustainable environment. I want to thank very much FITC for pulling this together again this year, year 3. We look forward to year 4 and many years beyond this. This conference keeps getting better and it will keep getting better. Thank you again very much to everyone. Thanks to everyone who has supported, all the technical support crew. We really value you. Again, thank you that all the mics worked well when they should. Everything was seamless. Thanks to everyone who's been a part of making this a success. Duyum and the team, well done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson of the Planning Committee. So all that is left is to break up for lunch. We're going to have lots of networking. Please don't rush to leave. Most of our sponsors have stalls on the corridor. I'm sure you've seen them already. Please, lunch is served, and we'll see you at the lunch table. God bless you all. Thank you all so very much for being here. Have an amazing rest of your day. More photographs in front as required.
Oh, yeah.